Ladies and gents, welcome back to the EGL Open Series. Week number 5, we're halfway through, and we have, realistically, one team who's on top. And let's find out if the rest can catch up. My name's Tom, and I'm this week joined by Toby Campbell. We're in for some good Gears of War, I think, this week. I think, Toby, as the weeks start to roll on, the games kind of get a little bit closer. And I'm excited to see if we can actually find somebody to counteract Black Hawk down at the moment, because it's proving to be a hard task.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that actually. Black Hawk Down have finally got seed number one. It's felt like they've been dominating for quite a while now. But of course, Maradona, due to their consistent performances, have kind of held onto the seed number one as long as they can. But of course, 3-win streak. BHD probably deserve it at this point. They've got it, but they only won by 1 round last week. So I don't know. Could this be the week now that HPJC or another team knock them off the top spot? I wonder.
It would be nice to get somebody else to get a hold of that first place prize, of course. But to talk about prizing and, of course, the rest of the Elite Open Series here, let's look through the format of how things are being working. Of course, 10 weeks of tournaments. This is the 5th one, $500 for each week, of course, with that EGL RP. Why do you want EGL RP? It's to get a better seeding for the Open Series split 2 finals. They're TBC, but we will have $2,500 on the line. That is not TBC, with RP, of course, for another Open Series season, if it does obviously happen. But so far so good though, Toby. We've had a nice turnout, another 30 teams this week. The resurgence of the EU Gears community continues.
Absolutely. It's so good to see, man. Like, we're over a month now, as you said, halfway through. The EU is just going, as I say, from strength to strength. I think all the changes that have come through with crossplay, 4v4, the gameplay tuning changing. I think we were discussing that with Fru earlier, actually, that EU tend to lean a lot more old school on average with the tuning and the pacing of the game. They really like UE. UE was incredibly popular from the very start to the very end. I think Europe are really receptive then to the gameplay changes overall, and so yeah, I think we're in for a good journey still. Right, we're halfway through this split. We've got new players coming back, old players coming back as well. Of course, Fractures has returned. He was playing for his team Ace today. That's 3 out of 4 Oxygen Supremacy members, by the way. So we might as well just rename them to Oxygen at this point, OXG. But unfortunately, they lost out in their game, didn't they?
Well, that's disappointing. Let's have a look through some of the games that have already went down, of course, as we are just coming in at the quarter final point. As you mentioned, though, that team going on to lose that game. But I mean, look, other than that, it has sort of just been the typical what we've seen every single week. HPJC winning their game, Savage Camping winning their game. Snail and Slugman, of course, they're a team we're going to be keeping an eye on early on. But let's have a look at the bracket to see how things are going to work throughout the rest of the evening. Of course, I'm curious to see if Maradona can bounce back, because I would love to see them back in the grand final. We've seen them in, I think, was it 2 or 3 in a row?
Yeah.
I believe, right? And it would be nice to maybe have them in a couple just to see if they can adapt to some of the problems that they potentially have had. But having a look around, Black Hawk down against Hopper D... How am I... What Hopper Depop? Is that...
I think you got it.
Can I just say that I hope Black Hawk Downs win their game, so I don't have to say that throughout the rest. Snail and Slugman against Savage Camping is the game we are going to be watching on the other side of that side of the bracket. But of course, Maradona will be going up against Gears Prodigy or ODC Champs. 3 times Rowdy get a lovely date with HPJC in the quarterfinals. And I mean, looking at this, Toby, from the outset, it's setting us up for another HPJC Black Hawk Down finals, you would think.
Yeah, it's looking like it. I was just watching Hydron's stream, actually, and he was in the midst of a tough game against 3x Rowdy, I think, or at least go round to round. They ended up winning quite cleanly, actually, on Asylum, which I believe is map number 1. And so, yeah, it's looking that way. The HPJC are performing up to their usual standard, as we've seen so far this split. And everything else is really just business as usual, right?
Yeah, seems that way, but, I want to see if there's any more teams that are going to come out of the woodwork a little bit here. We're going to see Savage Camping again. I feel as if they're one of the teams that you can look at to say they maybe could make that push to a grand finals one week. They definitely have it in their locker, and things got really, really close, specifically against HPJC in one of the rounds. This week, they're not going to get a case of, coming up against them. They would have to meet them in the final if they wanted their revenge, but it looks like they'll probably go up against Black Hawk Down in the semis, but they will have to get past... Snailboy and Slug. Is it Snailboy and Slug, man? I keep having to remember. Who was who again? I think through told
So we had
one.
Snailboy was Saki and Slugman was Breaker, I believe.
Lovely. Why the Snail? Why the Slug? What would you say?
I don't know. I think Break. I'm assuming it was his idea as IGL. Just wanted to, the duo spin of him and Saki still, going strong after the Obey days, perhaps, because of course they've got 2 new players this week, which is quite
Yes.
an interesting change. I guess we could talk about that. It's Rowdy, of course. Rowdy is back, still competing. Of course, that 3x Rowdy roster, formerly VYE, didn't really change week in, week out. So it looks like Rowdy has gone elsewhere to look for a potential team.
Mhm.
So he's playing with Breaker this week. And then, of course, Zool. Unfortunately, his original team, Chomp has split. I believe Vicious Kyle didn't want to play any longer. And so, unfortunately, the teams ended up splitting from there. Precision, if you're wondering, another player from that roster, he's now playing with ODC champs. So I'm curious to see if ODC will get to that quarterfinal also.
Yeah, well, I feel as if they probably. I'm not too sure if the bracket was updated, but you would imagine a team like that would try and make it through to at least the quarters. But we will keep an eye on some of the other games that are going on, of course. But as mentioned, it is going to be Snail Boy and Slugman, or is it the other way around? I mean, come on, let's be honest. We're not 100% sure which way round it is, but either way, they are going to be going up against Savage Camping. It is going to be Foundation Harbor and Training Grounds if we do need it. Do you expect we'll need it this week? It feels as if Savage Camping really are maybe in that top 3-4 category, aren't they? That's sort of where we're putting them. I would like to see them play up against a team like Maradona, etc., just to see where they are in that grand scheme of things. But for me, looking at this one, Savage Camping probably would take the prize for this, I would say.
Yeah, I think this is a case of not so Snail Boy Slugman not being a great team. It's more so that just how good Savage Camping are and how well they're playing. Their previous matchup against Ace just then, it was almost 5-0. It was just about 5-1 in the end on Asylum. This is a strong team, right? This is a really strong team. And their game last week against HPJC in the semi-final, really making that roster work. It goes to show that this perhaps is a top 3, top 4 team at minimum. Savage Camping currently in Europe. So I think prediction for me, Chris, if we're going to talk about it, I think we'll see a 2-0. I don't think we'll go to map number 3. Of course, this was the first quarterfinal of last week on broadcast, and Savage Camping did the job of 2 maps last time. So I think we'll see more of the same.
I would probably agree with you, but here we go into Foundation. It is week 5 of the EGL Open Series. And kicking things off with a game between veterans, if you like. Savage Camping against Snail Boy and Slugman. And let's see if Snail Boy and Slugman can get their revenge for last week. It didn't necessarily go their way. Former teammates going up against each other as per usual, but this Savage Camping squad are definitely a team I want to look at. They're definitely a team I want to see grow into it a little bit more. We said HPJC are getting better every week. We know that Black Hawk Down are the #1 team. And Savage Camping throw their hat into the ring, Toby. That's the question.
Yeah, I wonder. I do wonder. Let's see if they get off to a good start here. Both teams, in fact, on Foundation. Back to the usual stuff from Gears 4. I know Fru is a bit bored of this map, perhaps, these days, seeing how much is played in Gears 4. And
he hates it. That's what he
yeah,
told me.
he doesn't actually like it. Most people really like this map. I think most say this is the best map on Gears 4. I'd probably agree with people on that front. Some modes it doesn't work, like King of the Hill as well, but this, Escalation, it really is amazing. It's Foundation, in my opinion, but I think it's nice to see it back, nonetheless.
I mean, it's looking great for Savage Camping, who are about to dominate. Nobody around. That's domination ticking in with a couple of members still alive as well. Solid stuff by Savage Camping. 1-0 to them. And again, it's one of those things where you look at these two teams and you just really expect... I mean, what? Was there only 2 kills actually came on through there? That probably shouldn't be happening. I was thinking to myself, where has this sort of come out of? I'm having a look there now. Yeah, Death Dancer and Zol both went down. I'm just looking back on the stream. And then all of a sudden, the 2 players are in no position to do anything about the domination that was coming through, and that was that. That was a bit of maybe a misstep by Snail Boy and Slugman.
Maybe. I mean, early days, of course. It is 4v4. The respawn time is 12 seconds, so it's, in theory, a little bit easier to triple cap on this than it once was in Gears 4. Given the 3 lanes, the flank through the middle, it can really quickly end up becoming almost like a spawn trap, if you will, if you lose a lot of numbers. So be aggressive down the middle, as Slaps is doing himself now at your own peril, and make sure you come out on trumps. Looks like he is doing just that, though, finding Death Dancer, forcing Zoo all the way back into this pocket, and you can see the quick access to the home hill if they do get on through with us.
So it goes down, a couple of other kills going in the direction. Savage camping, B in their sights now as well, and A looks to be next on the list. Saki though, going to try and make a play here at B. He's probably going to have to. The rest of his team not necessarily the best position to do something about it. Is going to get the decap at least, denying the domination. The rest of the team coming in there trying to do something as well, but that kill feed is lighting up anything but red right now. Perhaps the only one here at A momentarily. The rest of the team now coming on through. Can they win the gunfights? TJ comes through, downs two. His former teammates dropping on down. This is a very, very dominant first 2 rounds for Savage camping.
Yeah, that it is. 1 minute 4 to finish that one off, and I think this is a great game in of itself. Just that the former teammates, right, against each other. Breaker and Sarkster, of course, formerly with Slaps and TJ. And they were a great team. Unfortunately, that team split, and now here we are with 2 different teams. And this has always been a concern for me as soon as the roster split, is when you lose players like TJ and Slaps. Maps like this on Foundation, you have that 2v2 or all-important shotgun fight in the middle, you could really do with Slaps and TJ shotgunning at the front. They can really make the difference for the team. Now with Zool and Rowdy, excellent players themselves, I believe Zool is actually one of the best slayers actually that has come up in Europe. So curious to see actually if he picks up that role from TJ and Slaps and can start filling in where that component was lost in the gameplay perhaps.
You have to fill in somewhere. They really haven't managed to find any kills more than anything, but Breaker going to start and get something going here. Well, he was momentarily. Slazen's going to find 2. Very well played from him. B going to be locked in. C looking like it's about to follow as well. There's going to be one more gunfight over towards the C side of the map. It should be broken into by Snail Boy and Slugman. Zula's going to get there and take down Craze. So route back in here for Snail Boy and Slugman. They need to try and formulate a plan here. Oak was down, obviously. Slazen's going to get a hold of that one. Watch your head there, Rowdy. Pushing forward, smokes out, will stop that push coming in. Really nice work by Snail Boy and Slugman. Looking like they should be able to get a hold of B. Nobody going to be coming from mid in the underpass area. Look at this, Savage camping when they see an opportunity necessarily revealing itself. They will jump on it immediately, and that was over towards C. Let's see if they can make a count as well as Breaker and Co trying to make the push on through. Not going to work out as Slaps goes down, but Craze is going to find one. Can he find a second as well? Doesn't need to, as TJ is there with the torque bow. They may have lost B, but they get a hold of C. And the points lead and win condition still belongs to them.
They're looking to find Death Dancer as well, who's just picked up a kill off screen on Slaze and make that a double as well, perhaps saving the day for them. TJ executing as well, his own teammate, old teammate Sarkster. My goodness me, is this heating up? And a big score lead as well for Savage camping now. They can just slow it down. I think the triple cap opportunity is potentially gone at this point in time. So, why not just take your time, get the second hill back whenever you can, but do not give away a potential triple cap.
TJ making his way forward to try and lock this in. Not going to happen. Definitely seems like Snail Boy and Slugman are taking a little while to warm into this game. Seems as if they're just about there now. Our team still have that win condition up. Savage camping looking solid with the solo cap. You can imagine as well when the push comes in towards A, there will always be somebody else looking for that movement around towards C, or indeed B, but let's see. I think they wouldn't need a decap for too long, Snail Boy and Slugman. They're going to have to do something sharpish though. 35 seconds remaining here. Yeah, it wouldn't be long.
Yeah, they've caught up on score, that's for sure. There's a swarm side, Sarkster just lurking in the A hill as well. He's always the man to overextend and play for that final hill. And the team can try and go for a triple cap to counter their score lead. Right now, they're literally just spawn trapping on it. Snailboy and Slugman just slowing down the enemy team as long as they can, and then going in for the push. Look at the score, just about broken. A hill, Sarkster comes down to this. Well played from him, just about saving the day. He's got a break on B. 4 seconds to cap. It's close. I think they've just got it. Swarm will take this one.
Oh, wow. That is a big, big round for Snailboy and Slugman. That's one of those that if you're Savage camping, you really have just, well, camped in a little bit, haven't you? You've sat back, waited for the push to come. If you don't win the gunfights, it's putting all your eggs in one basket in that scenario. You maybe need to have somebody playing over towards Statue, potentially maybe looking for a play over towards C, or of course B, maybe a little bit earlier there. They really did turtle up, but if you don't win the gunfights, it doesn't work out.
That's another thing, right, about 5v5 on this map, given all the flanking routes and lanes, is previously with the 5v5 and Gears 4, you could always have just one man lurking somewhere to cause a little bit of anarchy. There isn't and prevent your team from getting spawn trapped too easily and really mess up the structure of the enemy team. But oftentimes 4v4, you can actually account for all the lanes and make sure that every player is accounted for a lot more easily. And so situations like that can occur in the home hill where everyone is just literally trapped and you have to make one big play to get out of that.
And starts better off for Savage camping as we head into the fourth. Saki should be dead. TJ survives as well, and if Slaps wins this gunfight, well, he will with the help of his teammate. Things are going to be looking good. The extension comes in, no one's A, and it's really only Breaker who can do anything about this. It does seem as if there's a push going to be coming in from Zool over towards A. He will get there. Breaker's going to be able to break at B as well. Zool goes down, the rest of the team respawning. They should be able to get there in time, just about. So this fight will prolong, so will the round. Death Dancer and Saki making the push on through. Can they deal with Rowdy as well? Yes, they do. They're lining them up. They're finding the kills. And another round on the board. They'd argue it should be 4-0. 3-1 will do them, though.
Yeah, Savage camping are doing anything but camping right now. They are aggressively playing at every hill. It's just a struggle at this point for Snail to prevent a triple cap, it seems like. They just lose the majority of the shotgun battles in the middle. They can't control the pistons for too long. Torque bow control is often a concern for them too. It's just not working out for them right now. For the Swarm side, I reckon strat change off the initial could actually be beneficial at this point in time. Don't let it go to 4-1 because it can be an awfully difficult process to get back into the mix and come back.
Hello everyone, I'm Matt. Incoming smoke.
It's camping now. Only 2 rounds away from a map 1 win. Obviously things changing up now in terms of the half. Swapping around. Maybe this can benefit Snailboy and Slugman, who I've only managed to find 1 round. It was by the skin of their teeth. Let me get something maybe a little bit more comfortable going here. Slazen and Cut expecting the push towards the Tokebo, and eventually Saki is going to pick this one up. He has went over towards Savage camping, but I find it's been won over there. Specifically by Breaker against TJ, so the movement over towards E is going to start coming in from Snailboy and Slugman. They got some help from the mid map. Crazed is going to drop. I tell you what, it's not a bad start to the round at all. Get a hold of Torque, get a hold of E. You got your home hill. Don't ask for much more. It's a solid start to the round.
Yeah, a lot better. They're taking this first round of the second half very well. That was a great play to get the torque boat. And Breaker winning that 1v over at the E hill. Perfect for Saki to rotate the torque boat over and kind of control top table for now. Points wise, it's very similar, but advantage to Snailboy and Slugman, excuse me, right now.
It's a hard one to say.
It is.
We were having this conversation last.
It's kind of a tongue twister, isn't it?
Maybe. It's not necessarily right. It's not necessarily a hard thing to say, but quickly it is.
Yes.
But realistically, we can just call them Snailboy. At this moment in time, though, they're in the winning condition. Oh, Rowdy and Crazed facing off against each other.
He's his right hand here. I'm surprised he's not pushing. He knows there's no one else near. It is literally just him. I think he's perhaps waiting for his teammate to come and support him, maybe? I'm not sure. Death Dancer, he's running away now. Now turning back. Great shots from Craze so far. Rowdy's putting some good damage as well. Meanwhile, his team is pushing across home street. Such a high pressure 1v this one is. It's so lasting so long. With the
I mean, Snailboy, you've got the win condition. If anybody needs to make this move here, it's Crazed.
Yeah, both teams are really just waiting for their teammate. Now Craze will go in. Lovely shot right onto right hand, catching at Rowdy. And here comes the domination blinking on our screens. There, 3 seconds go. It is. It very much is. The shot grenade is there even to make sure. 4-1 to Savage camping after a great start for the Swarm side there.
Yeah, it was much better. It was much better, but just felt like a bit of a weird gunfight, that one. It's like, somebody do something.
That's the beauty, though, isn't it, of Gears of War? You never, ever see a 1v last that long where you're face-to-face on any other game, really. I can't think of one. Single one that you can have extended fights like that where variables can shift and health can get very close to 0 and then come back to full health and fight again. It's It's awesome to see at times those kind of fights, especially in a high-paced mode like escalation, which can really force your hand oftentimes.
There we go again. Can Snail and Slugman mount the comeback? 4 rounds in a row to try and get a hold of this map. Some good ball tack shots coming in here from Saki. He'll receive some back with the retro. The line of players now waiting for a fight to fall in their favour. TJ chancing his luck here, but Slazen will get a hold of that tugboat. That'll start shifting some players around at least. I think TJ fancies his chances here. Yeah, quite happy to cap that.
Yeah,
it's not an easy gunfight for Saki to try and just take him down there, really, though, is it?
No, and the beauty of it is as well that TJ has the retro, so if anything does come onto him, really lots of damage, but in full red he can just take cover and really laser anyone who tries to run at him and take advantage of that, damage advantage at the time. So yeah, it makes sense for him to be proactive there and try and take advantage of no one being at the E hill at the time. Zul just underneath him though. Not sure if he's aware. I think he's probably handed his camera down a little bit and seen him perhaps. Be careful that Zulden doesn't just up him like this, that's it. TJ has reacted though in time.
Bit of a war of attrition this one, isn't it? Nobody necessarily finding many kills, it's just been about pressure. Just been about trying to make your moves around the map as best you can, but Zul's now going to go down, and maybe that is the switch that need to be flipped here for Savage Camping. Good player by Slazen. We'll find the kill on Asaki, and all of a sudden the round bursts into life, but still, it is only a 2-cap and a win condition for Savage Camping. 4-1 to the good here on this map, and 40 seconds away from a 5-1 win. Oh, my watch is talking to me.
Right, imagine if we had to use our watch to work out the scores. Perhaps back in the day on DS4 with a 1.5 score cap. But that was a mad time. Look at this though on the hill. TJ going off. Slazen's now finally reinforced with D-Hill just capping up in front of him. He's trying to body block Rowdy. Here comes the teammates in support. 4-1. Could this be the last play of Foundation, I wonder? 2v2. Breaker wins that first 1v. Slazen will fight back. The Sarkster just about holds on. The score, of course, going to Savage Camping nonetheless. 5-1. The final score for Foundation. Brilliant job from them. And it's looking just as strong, this roster of Savage Camping this week, as we saw in the last.
Arguably stronger, to be fair. That was a very solid performance from them. 5-1 on map number 1. And really, I mean, Snail and Slugman never got going. Very simple one there for Savage Camping on Foundation. We'll be going over towards Harbour again. I believe we've seen Harbour last week between these two specifically as well, so I'll be interested to see if anything has changed up in that respect. If I remember rightly, I think Snailboy and Slugman were relatively close. I know things have changed around for these two teams, but it feels as if Savage Camping very much the ones who have benefited from not changing. They've had the practice through the week clearly, and things looking a little bit better, albeit, I want to see them go up in that semi-final against Black Hawk Down. We haven't seen them against Black Hawk Down yet. I think that'll be a good barometer if we do manage to get themselves there. But at this moment in time, it's looking like they will with a 1-0 lead here over Snailboy and Slugman. And I mean, for Breaker and the boys, obviously they're trying different things out with rosters, trying to get something steady. This week, not necessarily working in map number 1. Any particular fault for you there? I feel like maybe a little bit slow at times, and I don't really mean to just jump on the name there, but it just felt as if there was no spark to it. There was no kills coming up for them. I mean, round number 1 specifically, they lost two kills, 2 fights in the middle, and that was it. There was a domination ticking in because people just went in the right spot to cover.
Yeah, they just didn't create enough opportunities for themselves really to get into those same situations for triple caps and whatnot. If you just look at the scoreboard for a brief moment, instantly you can tell who was outslaying the other team. Everyone really on COG was firing on all cylinders and performing the job. We saw Slazen go off very much in that last round there, bringing out some of the classic rated R movement that we're used to. And that goes to show that this whole COG team has some flair to them, right? That each and every one of these individuals can go off at any time. They really are at the bleeding edge, if you will, of those up and coming shotgunners in Europe to really outperform and players you can rely to consistently outperform their opponents in the relative 1vs in each and every game that they play. I think just the performance of last week against HPJC once again. You need extremely good shotgunners to be able to push this team to the scoreline that we had last week. It speaks so much to me because HPJC aren't just going to fall for an abundance of teamwork alone. You have to have everything working for you.
Mhm.
And I think Foundation there really was an example of that, is them just winning initials time and time again, winning the team fights, and instantly translating that into a round score.
Yep, just played it very, very well, and not really much else to say. It was a very dominant game, number one. Of course, here in the quarterfinals, we still got the semis and grand finals coming up this evening. It's been a good game so far between these two, but very much Savage Camping looking the solid side. I think I'm just interested again to see how things do crack on throughout the evening. We last week was easily probably the best week we've seen so far in terms of competition. Very close games. Black Hawk Down we're getting pushed to the limit, but still they remain on top. So I think HPJC will be looking at that as motivation to say, right, okay, well, look, we haven't necessarily had the time or practice as much as these guys yet. Let's see if we can really push them. Let's see if we can get a win underneath our belts, I should say. And I honestly think they could do. I'm very, very interested to see how it does develop as time does go on. Black Hawk Down won their game against Hoppity Pop. Hoppity Pop. Who's on that?
Hoppity Pop.
Hoppity Pop. Let's have a look.
That's perhaps the last time I was saying that tonight.
Death Star, Brain. Yeah, I'm quite thankful I don't actually have to say that. I mean, Snailboy and Slugman ain't much better, but either way, the point is being that Black Hawk Down awaits the winners of this game. So that, at this moment in time, is looking more and more like Savage Camping. Other side of the bracket, though, having a look, 3 times right against HPJC seems to still be going on. Maradona against ODC Champs is going to be an interesting one as well. We will keep an eye on how things are going there, but into the next map we're going, and it looks as if Harbour is about to be loaded in, and Toby, this is surely a 2-0 for Savage Camping, you would think.
I think so. I think Harbour last week as well. I think that was map number 1 of the quarterfinal last week. I think Savage Camping came out all guns blazing on that as well. Harbour, typically you think of as a map that's really setup heavy, a lot more so than Foundation, perhaps, where up top control can mean everything. And kind of if you have your stern fight locked down, or you have a really good winch player, as we pan over with the camera just there at that location, then it can really go well for you in this map. But no, I mean, Savage Camping, again, look to be performing really, really well this week. I think Harbour will play out very similarly and perhaps see a semi-final between Savage Camping and BHD.
It's looking that way so far. Can the boys, Snailboy and Slugman, get something going here in this game? Not necessarily the best performance in map number 1, and we're just scrapping up top in the middle now, aren't we? Here we go. Which way is the fight going to go? It's looking as if Savage Camping are going to come out on top, but Zul and Saki make the most of their angles there and get a hold of the fight. Savage Camping just going to be residing and maybe getting a hold of B there, but not quite able to get a hold of that, so have to back on down. Better start for Snailboy and Slugman. To the map entirely after what happened in map number 1 in the first round.
Absolutely. Saki getting caught out there. Pretty much in no man's land. He was probably going to get pinched, if anything, by Craze there if TJ just held his ground. Perhaps caught out of position. Winch, still a player there, but TJ and Craze have taken control of Stern. They'll be looking to take down the Winch player next. Slaps is there as well for the pinch, so nicely done from Savage Camping. Cleanly cut. Zul finding a kill at Stern, though, keeping things a little bit hectic, while Slayzin is aggressive down bottom. Did he get down? Yeah, just about.
That's a couple of times he's made this push over towards B and hasn't really necessarily worked out. Snailboy and Slugman with the win condition of about a minute. A lot of time in Gears of War. Crazed Encoder trying to make this push, and has to be said, Snailboy and Slugman have had that right-hand side advantage in this push specifically down towards the bridge, but really hasn't worked out for Savage Camping at all in this area. So a push round towards C is maybe what they fancy. A few members of Snailboy and Slugman are here though, but is it a distraction tactic? Try and get something going on over towards B. We can see Crazed in the back of your picture there, just trying to make the move from the other side of things. Can they pinch them in? It's a hard angle to push, but Zil and Breaker both going down. C will follow as Savage Camping get a hold of that one. Now it's a move all the way over towards B. They've got the numbers to try and make the push. This is going to start coming in from 2 angles on Saki as well. He's going to have to back on down. Finds himself dead, and now all of a sudden B in the hands of Savage camping. Snailboy and Slugman should be able to get back towards C. They will do, but can they survive whilst they're there? Breaker and Zol, both very, very weak, both very, very, well, half dead. Zol's still there, still fighting. Domination's denied momentarily, and probably will be as, again, once more. Savage camping really in the commanding spot, even if they don't win these fights, but they will in the end. 1-0 to Savage camping. And that is one that, if you're Snailboy and Slugman, you got control most of that round. You would have hoped to do a little better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed how Savage Camping played that, actually, because they lost control a number of times up top on Winch and Stern, but each time they came off respawn, I think we're on TJ's camera the majority of the time, they're able to just push the opposite side. If they lost Winch, they were able to retake Stern relatively quick. I know Saki got caught out of position the very first time when we called that out, but of course, it also happened on the other side. They were able to push Breaker and Co straight off Stern and Winch off the midline all the way back to their home hill very quickly and very easily, and maintain the pressure every time. Quick rotations back to the B hill if necessary, and of course leading to a formidable score lead in the end and win. Well played from them.
Samran, who's going to win the fight in the middle. Slow start to it. Breaker's going to be the first to go down, and will that now follow with the rest of Snailboy and Slugman as the numbers are going to be here for Savage camping it. Push through the middle. They wisely back on down. It could have been a case of just trading out if you're Savage camping, but in the end, it's just a Lancer fire comes through. It's well coordinated. The big fight going to go down at B because it looks like Savage camping are going to get a hold of A. If you're Snailboy and Slugman, do you look to keep a hold of your home hill there with a few members there? Or do you go all the way over and try and help out Death Dancer, who is now dead as well? Slazin finds the kill, has to remember where he is, and pulls himself back up towards B, but it's a successful opening for Savage camping here. Haven't quite got A on the cards, but really have put a couple of nails in this coffin for round number 2. Make that the final one as Saki goes down. He's starting to flow in a little bit quicker now, Toby. A minute is what that took.
They're not letting them breathe, honestly. Savage camping again, immediately. They are pushing across either the bridge or from up top, getting the pinch as soon as they can. As soon as they have a little bit of damage, a little bit of pressure, you already have Savage camping. One player around the flank, picking up damage and picking up kills and pinches. Excellent job. Even TJ lurking on the bottom of the staircase, forcing on V. He went down, but he got some great damage in to force Breaker back to spawn as well. Slazin, of course, winning his 1v at B. Everything is just going right for Savage camping right now. I'm not sure what it is as well. Obviously, the slaying-wise, Savage camping are winning the majority of the fights at the start, but Snailboy and Slugman, I think perhaps a little bit more comms. Perhaps be aware that you're going to get pinched very soon. Push one side before it happens rather than just allow it to happen to you. Be a bit more quickly reacting then in that case.
You know, when you lose that initial player in the middle here, it just makes the fight so much easier, especially if you don't make the decision to back off or push forward immediately. It's one of those where you can find yourself in a bad spot. This time around, Savage camping have lost the first fight. They keep moving forward. Zol will find unless Slaps is going to go down as well, and that time around, Savage camping should have backed down. Snailboy and Slugman do punish them for it, but can they punish them further with a capture here? Indecisiveness, once again. Look, they won the fight up top middle. What are they doing with it?
That's the word again. You know, when you're lurking on that side of the map, you need to make a decision. You're in the middle of holding down map control and leveraging the angle that Zul has right now up top, or you're going for triple. And there was perhaps inconsistency in the comms there, as one player thought, hey, are we pushing? Are we pushing? Are we not? Are we not? And of course, in the end, they just pulled back and decided to set up. So that's the opportunity gone. Look at this damage, though. Slazin will surely get taken out. No, just about revived again. Kray's holding on. They're also red. The question is, will they do anything with this now? Savage camping would usually push at this point in time. Instead, it's them who are making the push. Break again down, just about staying alive for now, but Rowdy is unable to get out either. As just like that, the domination starts blinking. They should be able to get the break at least on B. A seems to be safe, in fact, as Slaps does find one kill. Savage camping okay for now.
B's such a hard one to get a hold of, isn't it? We don't have control of up top mid. It's a very, very hard spot to get a shot, and you can be shot from a few different angles, and it just makes things so difficult. Now Savage camping got a hard push, yeah. Zul's gonna have to back on down as there's numbers in force. He's in a little lead for them here, though. Snailboy and Slugman with about 60 points or so.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to make sure they don't get pushed out so easily this time around, as Savage Camping have really been having their way with every single push that they've made as a team so far. They just need to make sure no one gets down, no one gets picked off like Breaker earlier on, or Rowdy getting down not at B. And then they can just ensure that they hold the line and win through points. Is it being captured? Yep, they went off one.
Went off one if you're Snailboy and Slugman. Slazen trying his best to stay alive. Zul just punching him in the face immediately. It's going to be one on the other side of things though. Breaker's going to go down, and I think that fight up top middle really needs to be won by Savage Camping. Actually, it is going to be one. There's going to be a down coming in, so now Savage Camping can maybe get something going here. Saki's able to trade one. Crazed is going to get in there in time.
Wow.
Decap at least in the movement towards Rowdy. Phenomenal from him. Can he continue to move? Breaker now going to be making the break on through. A one cap still would do it, but a domination is a step further that Savage Camping need to go and will go. Saki nowhere near, and once again, that's 2 different rounds. Now, realistically, Savage Camping have not been anywhere near, and all of a sudden, they find the kills. They get a hold of every single point that they need. I don't know if it's just maybe a little bit too easy. They're finding the kills, and it's just a push through. Very, very simply. You should know what they're doing. For me, the trait of Snailboy and Slugman that I've always seen in terms of, you know, Breaker and Saki being in a team. Saki's always there to make a move in another direction. He's always there to split it. Or maybe it's just a little bit harder to do on Harbor. There's not necessarily as many different angles he can go. It's a smaller map.
Yeah, I think it's harder in general. Again, it comes back to the 4v4. You really have a much better idea as to where everyone is. You can't really slip through on your own because you're part of the team fight. You're not on your own oftentimes. So yeah, it can be difficult for sure. Let's see. Craze taking right hand now. Saki's being forced off. It's not a good place to sit in because you're just going to get angled in the back. Craze will go wide. He won't get close and make sure that he stays alive as a result. As Savage Camping are letting rip once more. Death Dancer is about to be pinched right now on the flank by Crazed again. He'll bounce wide. Rowdy will fall. They're going to go for triple cap. It's a little bit late if they do attempt to, but seems like they're not going to bother this time around. But yeah, formidable from Savage Camping once more. Very well played indeed. Craze leveraging the right hand on Winch very easily.
Savage Camping now just trying to defend their position up top. Last round of the half, of course, as well. TJ trying to bait in there. It's not going to work out. Those Zul's going to go down. Breaker will help him up. What can Craze do? 3 members of Snailboy and Slugman here, and the answer is really not a great deal. There should be something that resembles a round for Snailboy and Slugman, you would like to think, but really only push over towards B. They've put all their efforts into getting a hold of C. You would like to think that they're going to now make the move over towards B, but again, look, they find a few kills. The difference is Savage Camping always finds something from it. They get a couple of downs, they find something for it. They might find something from this, though. This time around, they get a couple of kills further up. Can they finally lock a round in? C's on the cards here, but look at all the way over at A. Savage Camping, Slazen, managing to get a hold of A. Ultimately, the win condition still belongs to Savage Camping on the Swarm side.
That it does. Saki still lurking on the side. They are unaware. Saki bot walk straight into Slaps. Nice shot. But he'll get taken down by 2. 1 is on the flank. No one really close enough, though. Breaker certainly won't be to make much of an impact. He'll get pinched. And now the Swarm lead that they've built up thus far gets stacked up into a 30-second counter to the win if they do hold it. Now, of course, you can see Slazen has somehow worked his way all the way from down bottom to up top. He was actually an important part of ensuring they didn't get triple capped earlier. Finding the 1v on Rowdy. He's just going to literally sound the horn here on Harbor in front of his enemies. If that's not confidence, I don't know what is. But yeah, B-Hill broken for now, and Snailboy and Slugman will cap that one up, but they'll need a little bit more if they want to win this round.
Going to be a tall order. Zul now going to be back down as Slazen finds that kill, and imagine he's going to find the other with the help of the rest of his team. Nothing to be said here for Snailboy and Slugman. This is pretty dominant so far from Savage Camping. Back to the drawing board, and you're going to need to figure out a plan for the next 5 rounds if you want to win this one and stay in the series and in the tournament. 4-0 to Savage Camping. Just such a... I mean, they make the right decisions. They find the good fights as well. A lot to be done here for Snailboy and Slugman.
Yeah, a huge amount to be done. Honestly, we're into the second half. Maybe that will lead to a change of pace or something a little bit different. But honestly, if anything, it places more emphasis on this up top fight being the E hill, the center hill moves up there. And so again, got to focus on that winch fight. Craze really had so much success on the other side when he had right hand. Let's make sure that Snailboy and Slugman can keep themselves in it on the line and hold them back. All the forces. They can't, it's can lead to a triple cap relatively easy. It seems like Savage Camping are doing an excellent job so far on perhaps their strongest map.
It's looking very good for them, isn't it? In that fight up top, 3 men go down. Camping looking to lock in round number 5 as quickly as they've really dispatched with Snailboy and Slugman over the past 20 minutes or so. Just holding the quarter there. Fantastic play by Savage Camping. They get it done, and that is dominant. 5-1, 5-0. Very much a convincing quarter final. Savage Camping get themselves a date with Blackhawk down in the semi-finals here of week 5 of the Open Series.
I don't think anyone can deny it at this point. This is the top 4 team is Savage Camping. They've really separated themselves from this opponent here, Snailboy and Slugman, perhaps their closest competitors for that top 4 spot. And honestly, at this point in time, they're looking closer to the top 3 than they are to anyone below them. And that team they just played, they're looking at Maradona essentially to beat at this point. Might not be this week, of course, because they've got, as we said, Blackhawk down next in the semi-final. But hey, they gave a really good game against HPJC, who took, of course, BHD to the final map, round number 9, map 3 last time in the grand final. So, anything's possible at this point in time. They're clearly warmed up. They're winning the shotgun fights. Savage Camping is definitely the team to the dark horse, if you will, to look out for going forward in future weeks. Remember, it was their first week as a team last week, and they got to the semifinals. I think that says a lot of itself. They have huge potential, this team, and as I said, certainly a team to look out for.
100%. Let's see how they do in the semi-finals against Blackhawk down. A semi-final will be coming up next. Not too sure if it's on this side of the bracket or the other, but we will find out very shortly. Let you guys know, and be back after this quick commercial break. See you then. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Open Series, week number 5. My name is Tun, joined by Toby this week. Of course, into the semi-finals we go. Let's have a look at the games that have already went down off-stream and on-stream with the bracket, ready to get into the semi-finals. We will be staying on the right-hand side with Maradona against HPJC, with Black Hawk Down taking on Savage Camping in the other semi-final, which should be an interesting one nonetheless, but we got our eyes on a potential very familiar grand final, one that we've seen during the Pro League, albeit in different names, and one that we have seen last week as well. Black Hawk Down against HPJC is what we expect, but is that what we will get, Toby Campbell, I wonder?
You'd predict so. I think it's safe to say that we'll likely see that. But, there's a big but, these are two really good semi-finals. They really could go the limit, right? I don't think we'll be seeing a 5-0 unless Black Hawk Down come out steaming and Savage Camping aren't playing that well. In terms of going to map number 3s, not sure. It could do. You wouldn't be surprised if it does in either case, but you would give the edge to HPJC and Black Hawk Down. One thing's for certain, Maradona are an incredible team. They've been in that top 3 location for the whole time of the split, of course, winning the first one. And getting into the majority of the grand finals, but also Savage Camping, as we just saw, are incredible. They're a top 4 team, no doubt about it. So I think the right teams here in the semifinals, the top 4 in Europe currently, and I'm curious to see what this week brings.
Yep, absolutely the top 4 teams in Europe. And I think, as the seeds start to correct themselves a little bit after a couple of late entries, we'll start seeing things meet up differently throughout the weeks. And I think, I would love to see HPJC taking on Savage Camping, and I just want to see where Savage Camping and Maradona are at with each other as well, because that's the question we haven't had answered so far. But looking to get into this game, of course, between these two, it's going to be Asylum, Training Grounds, Harbour. We were talking about it during the break. Harbour seems to be a little bit popular between a lot of these teams so far.
It is. I think it's coming back to that Forge idea of it being a former Gears 4 map, and a good one at that, and a popular one on that game. So everyone's just like, you know what? it's not a good map or it's not a bad map. It's never, it's never a bad map. It's never at the extreme. So the people just leave it in, right? It just ends up being a final map oftentimes. So I think that's kind of been the case here. Teams would rather ban out their weak maps rather than kind of the more unknowns on Gears 5, but leave in the map that they're familiar with and kind of have a grasp on it from the experience on Gears 4. So I think that's why it's coming up a lot.
It has a lot of familiarity. Wow, I can't speak today. Familiarity. Wow, I can't say that word. I actually can't.
It's all the tongue twisters we've been having all day, mate.
I apparently too much coffee or too little coffee. I don't know if I can actually say that word.
Familiarity.
Familiarity.
Familiar.
Wow. I mean, I literally speak for a living. That is questionable. Anyway,
it's not a word we say often, though, is it? Basically,
it's not. It's not a word I'm familiar with, Toby.
There you go.
Good job, I'm funny. I don't even think that works. Either way, apparently. Into the game we go. Hydron, definitely a professional at his chosen profession, which is slaying people on Gears of War. He's doing a good job of that so far. And this opening break has been absolutely flawless. Everybody from Maradona is dead. All the way back into this, but I mean, this might be the quickest round of Asylum I've seen. He's going to get himself in. Is it really going to matter at this point? The other two should be able to make that push through. Being blocked, actually are going to get through, but just further lambs to the slaughter. Bounces nowhere near this time. My goodness me. HPJC. Don't just come out the blocks flying. I mean, frying as well. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, that could have been within the 40-second mark, actually, if it wasn't for that touch from Pains there. Pretty nuts. Well played, HPJC. Excellent first round. Clear as day that they wanted to get that triple cap to have players up that far up already to even start that triple cap off. Nicely done from them. I believe this was a 2-0 actually in their quarterfinal last week, where these two teams played against each other in favor of HPJC. 5-2, 5-3, something like that. I was reminded by Hydron of, and it wasn't easy. Again, it just didn't seem like really easy for HP to get every single round. Certainly nothing like what we just saw, but they're having a good time so far. Jackfex flying through the middle, staring at that kill feed, see if he got the flank. In fact, Crimson and Phelps, he got kills elsewhere, and they've got hold of the A hill once more. HPJC really playing super fast here against the Italians.
Stepping the pace up, aren't they? And I think it's crucial, against a team like Maradona. They rely on that pace to disrupt you a little bit, to just cause issues. And if you fight fire with fire, well, it seems to be working out for HPJC. Fights going their way. Pains is able to answer back with something, but it is very little at this point in time, as Maradona really struggling to get anywhere near HPJC at this moment in time. Gunfights aplenty being won by the former Elevate squad. Former top team in Europe. Andrew will find one under Marco, but will get traded out by a combination of bounces and crisis. Now, and they get something going here, Maradona. The shots are starting to potentially warm up, but Phelpsy has the right-hand side cover there. And will quite easily dispatch the Maradona player, backing on down a bit slower now for HPJC, who just need to lock things up.
Yeah, I'm liking it from them, though. There's constant activity underneath the bridge there, where Phelpsy just was navigating, looking for any flank they can to keep up that pressure. And I think they really enjoy this speed when they can play against a team like this. They're really confident in their ability, but if they can always just get up close and personal with shotguns against a team that really relies on their speed and their nashes, I think it really boosts HPJC up a lot. They like to have fun in their games. They like to be more relaxed in comms and have a laugh here and there. And if they can do it with style, get the W, I think it really helps them out and is important to them.
Maradona now getting some control of B. Will this give them the win condition? It will not. Jack's going to down Phelpsy, who's then going to be picked up, but Jack will find the kill at the crisis and will be allowed to tick in here at B as well. I'll tell you what, if he wins this fight, he may well win the round. And just trying to bot walk towards Pains is maybe not the best idea to do, but in the end, probably not going to make too much of a difference. HPJC in the commanding position here now is about to be capped. Tell you what, there's still the potential here. 2-3-7. It's still another 10 seconds away here for HPJC. They need to continue to win these fights. Here comes the final push in from Maradona. They need to win these fights as well, but Crimson's finds one, Jack finds the other. That will be the round. HPJC 2 to the good.
And I'm going to repeat something I said in previous weeks, actually. HPJC, on return to this game, yeah, they might be a little bit rusty at first, but honestly, this tuning is just made for them. The slower pace, they still have that shotgun damage at range where they don't always have to rely on playing fast and up close and personal. But also, you know, holding shots is as strong as ever. This is where, you know, textbook smart play and positioning really matters. Positioning, absolutely so. So one thing about this tuning, if you play defensive and passive and you actually leverage that and take advantages from it, you'll do well. And that's exactly what HPJC are really good at, playing textbook. And I think this goes to show, right, against a team like Maradona, I think they have a much easier time on this tuning than they would say in the last one.
Yeah, it definitely suits them. And oh my goodness, Crimson's just bounce around, all you want bounces. Straight into him. Shot is very clean and clinical. Hydron's going to go down over towards the tracks, though, and all of a sudden Maradona will be able to lock in this middle point, but they lost their home one. And C now in the control of HPJC. B is potentially on the cards here, just maneuvering their way around. Quite happy to keep a hold of A and C. It's not necessarily a detriment to be holding these two home hills. It's the closest spawn for the Swarm side next to C. You can get it back quite quickly, but will allow them to transition towards B. But Phelps is going to be caught out a little bit by Crisis there. Jack not necessarily in the position to do much, and he is going to be pinched in here as well. If Jack gets out of this, he'll have done very, very well. He's dead now, and Maradona can get a hold of their home hill once more and maybe look for a little bit more.
Tell you what, each time the camera switches over to a HP player, I just see him holding a shot forever to try and take down Maradona. It's working each and every time. It seems like they're just reading them at this point in time until this very last set of team fights on Asylum here. Let's see, can they hold on to the round? E-Hill captured by one to prevent that triple, to buy some time for teammates to come off spawn. Maradona doing a great job of shutting down Crimson's in spawn, keeping that numbers advantage snowballing. Of course, all of them here at the back statue near HP's spawn. All right, now the COG team just want to try and contain them and then locate all these insurgents down and tactfully take them out.
Yeah, they've overextended over towards C, and now they have two members of Maradona pinned inside of A. Oh, good movement by Jack. Finds the first shot. His team should be able to clean this up without much really problem. But I mean, realistically, you can't be letting Pains get three like that. That's disgusting from him. Phelps, he goes down on the other side of things. This is looking more and more like a domination coming in from Maradona. I think Hydron will just about get there a little bit too easily, it has to be said. Plays his life well. The rest of the team now coming in. Maradona should still be able to secure this one. A stream of HPJC players on its way through, though. May have to just back off. Maradona in a good spot for a win condition nonetheless, with 20 seconds here to go now. One cap would do it. To try and decap, you need to send somebody towards the train tracks if you are HPJC here. You should get the decap at C, but Lil Bounces is going to be the one waiting. Jack surely has seen him not quite out the corner of his eye. That gunfight will win the round for Maradona, you would like to think, although 10 seconds still to go here. Hydron, can he get it done? Good shots by Lil Bounces once again. He's held onto it all on his own. Swarm win condition is there and will stay there. Maradona eventually get themselves on the board here.
Yeah, good job,
Pain.
Maradona.
That was all Pains, wasn't it?
It was. Pain saving the day, getting the three-piece, even enabling the hills to be held for that long. Well played from him. He's going to be placing the weapon, but also Bounces, of course, on that B hill, winning 2 straight 1Vs very quickly. Two-shotting both players, essentially. It seemed like Jack Vex and Hydron were playing to literally take that first brick, that first LT from across the map, and then try and go from there and go for a shot hold or something. But no, Bounces were not having any of it, even rolling back in one of those 1Vs to make sure there was no funny business going on. Well played from him. Maradona putting their first round on the board.
Go then into the next round. HPJC would have felt as if the game was just running away with them, but Maradona done a good job getting back into that round. And it was nearly, you know, curtains for them at one point. Yes, okay, they made the push over and they just won every single gunfight in the space of 10 seconds, and all of a sudden the round turned on its head. That's the beauty of escalation, though. Also, it's cursed at times. You can be dominant for multiple sections of the round, but in the end, if you don't hold on, all the way through. It really can be lost very, very quickly at this moment in time, though. HPJC being pinned in just that little bit more. Maradona very much at the races now. Well, after a 2-0 lead for HPJC, when you're wondering if Maradona were even going to be able to answer back at all, but here we go. A little bit better from HPJC now after a good start to the round from Maradona.
Yep. Good job again from the COG, finding the players, shutting them down. Here comes bounces though. Stroff spawn through home street. Hydron's got a fight right in front of him, bouncing around, does stay alive. Teammates around, Payne should be taken down. Yep, everyone will stay up. And now with these numbers, 4v1, will HB try and go for a triple cap, flying at their home hill. Oh, look at this for an angle. Phelpsy set up. It's all being communicated. B hill already captured. Here we go.
Ordering them up before they even get in there. Obviously doing God's work for his team right now. Crimsons and Hydron will deal with weak players of Maradona pushing on through. Thanks to Phelpsy putting the bullets down. HPJC 3-1 up yet. And you'll feel as if it could have been 4 if it hadn't been from a big player of Payne's. It really would have been.
Yeah. Oh, certainly so. HP right now are running around the map like any team would, really. They are being ultra aggressive. They're hunting down every 1v they can, winning obviously the majority of them all too. And not really setting up at any point in time. They are just simply going for the kills. As soon as they get 2, they look to try and push your home hill. And it's working for them really, really well going into the second half.
Let's say then the fight. Top bridge is quite often one that goes back and forth, but which way is it going to start Hydra? I think taking a ball talk from mid-map there. Going to have to back going down. Maradona forceful here with their numbers. Jack is going to die as well. Utility not necessarily used fantastic by HPJC here, which is a surprise to say, often very clinical with it. Maradona though forcing the issue up here, getting very, very aggressive and will happily take a couple of these kills. Hydro now will expect the push from Paynes. Will find him. Also find himself in maybe a little bit of a tough spot here, but here come the cavalry. Jack will be there to take down Crisis. Maradona may well have control, but HPJC pushing forward. That said, it's that war of attrition up top, just backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. It'll be HPJC who end out on top.
It is. You can get a hold of it, but as soon as the opposition comes off spawn, especially if one of them who stayed alive is Hydron, wrapping around corners, hitting full spreads, catching out players in Gib range, this can immediately go the other way. Now, Maradona stacking up the utility, thrown in. Hydron getting one shot off, quickly down though. Nicely done for Maradona. No one going down in that whole process. Jack Vex forced to bow out of that. No one else will fall for now. I noticed as well, Chris, actually, one of the players was using a smoke. I believe that was someone from Maradona, actually. Maybe even Phelpsy there. I can't really tell on my end, but looking at the heads-up display. But that's a big pointer, right? The smoke has been an incredibly important weapon or utility, rather, back on Foundation Gears 4 and many maps, but you don't see it often here, but here it is. There's a smoke. Be of great help here in this fight on top of E.
Good smoke as well. It's given enough cover. HPJC lock E in, and with it, the win condition. Phelps is going to drop. Andron's dropped Jack as well, but he will get himself back up. Phelps is the one to die over towards the train track, so to allow Maradona to actually overextend. So HPJC could do with pushing that a little bit further here as well. The fight over towards D is important also. It is going to be won by HPJC.
Okay, Paynes. An extended bagging, my friend.
Extended bagging. It's a strong cover.
He's, yeah, I was expecting to take him down a little bit earlier than that.
I mean, look, there's been some trash talk between these two over the past year or so. He's going to find a hellish shot on Hydron as well. That should be the round, realistically, to Maradona, but it would take something to stop HPJC making their way forward and at least trying. Maradona should be able to stop that push, and will stop that push. Crisis finds 2. That'll be the round. 3-2 now.
Great job.
If I was bagging anybody, I don't think it would be Crimsons. You don't want to awaken the dragon, do you?
No. And Crimson's is really good in this team. I mean, look at the scoreboard. Has the most kills in the game right now. I've had the pleasure of playing some King of the Hill lobbies, some King of the Hill lobbies with these guys, and Crimson's are just incredibly difficult to kill. My goodness, is he difficult to kill on this tuning. And he's winning a lot of his fights on home street, it seemed like earlier. So yeah, that's Crimson's, and then you have Maradona, it seems like, on this E-Hill fight. Remember, we were criticizing them a little bit actually in week 1. And a little bit of week 3 as to how they played the up top fight, but with the addition of the smokes, with those pushes on the doors, on the doorway, they seem to be doing an excellent job in that previous round, dealing with this Titan in Europe.
Towards this Eve fight, who's going to get dropped? So push belongs to HPJC technically, although that's a really well placed shot grenade to slow that one down. Obviously with an equally as well placed Incendo, which will eventually clean up the kill. Moves on to Marco, who's now just back up, and things are going to have to fight from the back foot here, but Hydron's down and just being used as bait, typically by the HPJC team, but they have to make sure they come out on top of this one. Crisis and Marco now making the push on the Phelpsy, who's going to be very, very weak. Crisis drop. What can Jack do here? Finds one, now has support as well. And Crimson's after respawn will come on through and help his team get a hold of E. The number 9 for Maradona, though, bounces expected to be making their way over towards F very, very shortly, but
yeah, he's doing this instead.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of damage on the middle tracks area.
Yeah, he caught Jack Fex out just as he was trying to hold that doorway, though, which really opened the door, if you will, for Maradona to push on through and take down E and the remaining players. Nicely done again. They have the score lead. They're winning so far each time up top in the long term, it seems. Now, HPJC will be the ones trying to take it back. Payne's holding very close. Flashbang coming in the second. Is stunned. Will get to cover. Jackback's lurking in the middle. Here comes Payne's, though. Nice full spread on Hydron. Full red. Payne's still dancing around. Doesn't want to stay in there. Is down straight away, though. Hydron gets another down. This is something they're so good at, our HPJC, just returning fire during those difficult moments. Hydron will stay alive. Crimson's will get a kill. Phelpsy tries to win his 1v on his home street, but once again, Bounces remaining consistent in that shotgun department on his tracks. Surely he'll get to F. Yep, no problem at all to breaking it, at least. Regardless of what happens on D, but he will get dropped nonetheless.
A lot of players from HPJC running over to try and pick up that kill very, very quickly, and they've left a little bit of breathing room over towards E here. There's slight miscommunication. They're going ready for the push, though. The flash is going to come on through. Have to back down. This could do with keeping them off it here, as Maradona still have a lead. And are taking E in here, and I wonder if that's maybe a little bit of a misplay. HPJC went hunting for the kill over into Bounces over towards F. It's opened up the door potentially for Maradona. Get a hold of E, that door is open and then shut very, very quickly. Win condition over towards Cog. Let's see what's happening over towards the train tracks, though. It does seem as if there's one player just having to stay alive. That's going to be Crimson's. Lots of retro shots going to be put in there. The laser down. Crimson's got to be very, very weak. Down to 13% at one point there. Bounces now making the push as well. Finds the kill. They can do with getting rid of him before the decal comes through. There's another player here, though, and that is Paynes. And he will put the Payne down. Get a hold of F. There's nothing going on over towards D that Jackfax can do anything about. Maradona with a big, big round 3-piece.
Brilliant, brilliant round for Maradona, and they weren't making it easy for them, were they, HPJC? Crimson's pulling out all the way at the back, almost getting down by their retro, staying alive, but nonetheless, Maradona run through a bunch of Lancers to try and pick up those kills in the end. Bounce is doing his work on the enemy home mill, and they just about clinch that close round there to bring it to 3-3. This has been an impressive half, I have to say, for Maradona so far. They're the better team up top, oftentimes getting the majority of the points and leaving HPJC in a very sticky situation normally at the end. This is a fantastic response after a difficult first half.
Been solid in these fights, you're very right. Just feels like they're more aggressive to get up top, aren't they? They like to dictate the player from inside of E, really. But for me, that one, HPJC maybe went chasing a little bit over towards F. I don't know if I maybe over-analysing that a little bit, but it seemed as if they give up a lot of control to try and get rid of that one player who was making the push over towards F. I think it was Bounces, who was just being a thorn in the side towards the train tracks. Obviously, looking for the kill onto Crisis. We'll find it. Good incent.
Yeah. Not sure why, but Maradona changed it up actually this initial. They didn't go in straight away. Instead, they played a lot more passive, similar to week 1. And a late shot grenade, nothing really occurred. And HPJC got a really easy pickup. They're now re-entering that fight, courtesy of Hydra picking up the kill there. Phelpsy covering down the middle, which someone has to account for, because Phelpsy could just lurk at any time around the middle, around the flank. His right hand as well. Good shots from him. Crisis will get pinched though, and HP will continue their reign up top. Jack Fex with a double, and now F Hill perhaps the target for HP on this triple.
Looking to get a hold of that, but they could do with getting rid of Marco. Wow. First bounce again.
He's been doing amazingly as bounces this map. Honestly,
I mean,
playing against
he's got their
Crimsons
number.
as well. He
got their number
has,
completely.
yeah. And that was just picture perfect, that 1v there. Let's see, I'm staring at the kill feed right now to see if he picks up that kill in the end. And he does take down Phelps as well, despite being lit up full red in the enemy's half. My God, this man is on a mission.
Fantastic play from Bouncers. It doesn't have to be flashy, it's just one gunfight that you have to win, and it really can make things so difficult for the other team. He's had the better of them for a good few rounds in a row now, but at the same time, HPJC still within touching distance here of a 35-second win condition. In control, Crimsons putting down the lance of fire. Phelpsy is here as well. It's such a hard push for Maradona, just trying to grit their teeth and push on through it. Phelpsy will find the first down, but can they find much else? HPJC now defending, but pushing forward at the same time. Jackbeck says bye-bye to Pains' head, but Christ is still in the corner next to the doorway. Can he do anything? Not a lot. It's a really good shot coming out from Hydron, which will get a couple of downs. The kills come on through. They will defend E successfully. But guess what? Bouncers is making the push over towards D. This time, though, it seems as if HPJC not only a bit more prepared, but in a much better spot. The decap will come through. Is anybody close enough for Maradona to do anything about E? It looks unlikely. Nonetheless, Maradona linger the round out. HPJC get the job done, though. 4-3.
Another great round we're witnessing here as EU Esports fans in gears. Jack Fex now taking the helm, 19 kills, 19 assists for him. He's been having a very good time up top, actually, as an individual in these shotgun fights. They're doing really well, honestly, HP, to re-enter in that E fight. It's just Maradona typically just don't make it easy for them. HP really have to perform as a team. But I want to see Maradona be a bit more aggressive now. We'll see both shot grenades disabled at this point in time. There's no reason to switch it up. You know, don't try to fix what ain't broken. And oftentimes Maradona, when they play passive up top, that's when it just seems like E-Hill's given up, and their strength is definitely in their shotguns and playing aggressively. So let's see if they change it up now, whether they'll continue to play on the passive end. Pains is up there at the very least. Lots of damage put Jack Fex's way, but there comes Hydra, and he's amazing at that shot, jumping onto the wall, holding his shot and one shot and over the top. That requires consistency and some confidence. He certainly has that. Excellent mount. Melee revive that on Jack. He will get dropped though as Maradona keep up the pressure. Phelpsy forced to run for the hills here.
Yep, gonna have to back on down. Maradona looking to extend this one to around number 9. I mean, HPJC's job would have been a much better, much easier, I should say, if they actually won one of these gunfights against Bouncers over towards the train tracks. Has to be said, he has definitely kept things ticking over for this Maradona squad.
Yeah, that's for sure. Look at Hydra, just literally holding his flash now. Not his shot, but his actual flash at this point in time. Good shots on the Marco, doesn't get perhaps the connection he wanted originally, but Phelpsy saves the day. Bouncing in with that back 8. E-Hill captured now. They can just be a bit more comfortable in their positioning. Maradona will surely wait for players to come off spawn. In fact, Christ is lurking down the middle. Phelpsy definitely spotted him there. They have time to work with. See if they can actually rotate an OE down bottom. One is run underneath as well. I'm not sure if they've accounted for Marco here. Of HP. Here he comes around the flank. Crimson's there to turn though. And Phelpsy picking up a kill up top as well. Maradona will have to start running now before they get angled from across the way. Bounces will get caught out. Hydron stays alive, wins his 1v, bounces round, gets the cross from his teammates. The overextension already is there for HP. Oh, just about broken by Pains, but surely this will come on through. This overextension was perfectly timed. And that is it. 5-3 HPJC after an awesome map number 1. They'll take this one.
Very, very close game. HPJC ultimately do come out on top, though. A couple of clutch moments from Maradona kept them in it, but ultimately it does feel as if the stronger team will walk away as winners on Asylum. HPJC get it done. And again, a big shout out to little bouncers there, though. Crimson's asking, why was the unnecessary teabagging coming in there? Pins answers lol. I want to see more of it, if anything. I'm quite happy to see the hate flow. But nonetheless, fantastic stuff there from HPJC. They'll be heading towards Training Grounds, which I know is like a map that I've never necessarily felt as if they struggle on now. We've seen them win it in the past couple of weeks. I want to say that they beat Maradona on this map last week.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was it last week, actually, though? I can't remember. I know they played Vazgar, but I don't want to.
I want to say that I definitely remember HPJC winning this map against somebody.
Yeah, definitely.
I can't remember specifically who it was against, but nonetheless, I mean, they're a team who are well versed on Training Grounds and have been for quite some time. Of course, if you cast your mind back to the Pro League, that was a time where things were very, very strong, obviously, for the Elevate squad, and Training Grounds was not necessarily a go-to, but it was always solid for them. So let's see how they get on here, of course, but it's going to have to be a bounce back for Maradona, after the first couple of weeks. They haven't found themselves in a grand final, and that will sting. I think, what was it, the first 3 weeks they were there every single time? To now find themselves this week staring down the barrel of another top 4 finish. I think they'll be wanting to push one further. We've seen a lot of beef online, not necessarily this week, but throughout the past couple of weeks, saying that, we haven't practiced, etc., etc. But, I mean, that's not the fault of the people who are practicing at the end of the day. You want to get that practice in as best you can, and you've got a very, very good chance of coming up on top each week. You want to get yourself ready for those season finals whenever they may be. I don't even know. And I work for EGL, so I mean, we will hopefully be letting you guys know very, very shortly as to when those finals are going to be. But I'm curious to see how things accumulate and sort of develop as the season now does continue. Obviously, the split is halfway through, and we have seen the competition heat up every single week, so it's been interesting to see. I'd be curious to see how things are going down on the other side of the bracket, by the way, with Black Hawk down and Savage camping. Obviously, we haven't seen those two go up against each other before, so it should be an interesting game as well. I'm curious if anybody's actually streaming that one from them too. I don't think they are, top of my head.
Got Marsh. I've just found him.
Oh, Marsh is streaming. Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
let's have a look at what's going on there, Toby. Go on. Give us the info, mate.
I can see they're on District, and I'll update you in due course, my friend, to see
Thanks, mate.
what the scores are.
You were doing this last week. Where's Fru? Where's Fru doing this for us now?
I don't know, actually. We spoke to him earlier, but
No. You know what?
I'm
I'd
sure
argue
he's
it's not
busy
good
watching,
enough.
actually. Just sometimes you want to watch streams and you just want to close chat and just focus and have it on the big screen, maybe in the living room
Big
with
focus.
a friend,
Big focus.
and just have that cinema experience. Sometimes you want to do that. Not me, of course, because if anyone's seen me over the years, I just spam emotes. Like, I don't even come around here often and just
you
have a
live
ball.
for it. You live for it, mate. Don't.
Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. I don't think I could ever be a moderator, for example, on the official Twitch channel, because I just want to spam the whole time and I don't want to be able to not to, And
yeah, the mods were getting a little bit stressed last week because if I remember rightly, there was a little bit of spamming going on there. I want to say
EU
that it wasn't.
champs.
Yeah, it was definitely Rowdy's fault. It was definitely his doing. But hopefully we are ready to get in the second map, and it looks like we are. Training Grounds is what we're loading into now. Map number 2 coming up. And Pains & Co. complete this turnaround. Or even just started, for that matter of fact. It's going to be a tough ask, though. It's a very solid map for HPJC, who will now be on the Swarm side. Maradona, of course, on the COG side. Now let's see. This fight in the middle is always going to be interesting. But last time round, we've seen HPJC just holding their shots. They have right-hand side cover this time round, but maybe haven't invested as aggressively towards this fight. And, well, Jack getting things done here with the push on through. Pains, though. Answering back with 1 kill. Not going to be able to find a second. Just about going to go the way of HPJC, and Crimsons will grab a hold of a very, very free A.
Yeah. Careful not to get damaged too much to give Crisis an entry point. Look at that shot from Crimsons. All of them just hitting. Seems like full spreads. All of these HPJC players look really just comfortable in this game already. all hitting their shots accurately, all being aggressive, all holding shots consistently and making sure they connect. They're looking like their former selves very quickly here. Is this team? Maybe this could be the week that they take back the crown in Europe. I wonder.
It's gonna take something though. I mean, Black Oak Down looks so good at this moment in time. It's just hard to see them being beaten, but I mean, I say that, to be fair. HPJC have come close. No cigar quite yet. We're expecting a good game nonetheless though. Bounce is going to go down now, and very much a similar start to map number 2 is what we've seen in map number 1. A very dominant slaying performance from HPJC so far, but not quite able to convert it into a round yet. However, a 60-second win condition for them. Now up on the screen, and it's been dominant from them so far. Just not able to quite put this domination in.
Yeah, I think this is more of a classic map for HP's kind of play style, right? Is just getting the initial win and then having that setup and dictating the flow of play, right? It reminds me of, say, you know, Bunker. HP's perhaps arguably best map back in the day in Pro League, which is no longer in the cycle, of course, but HP can kind of get back to that kind of thing, that way of thinking, that way of playing the esport that is Gears of War, and be spots like this where Hydron sits in heaven. Jackfax will find one. He'll be ensuring I'll have a difficult time getting back into B. Pains does get that trade just about, but the swarm win condition is still very much there. Sea Hill will be broken, but of course HP only need one to wrap this one up, and bounces should fall too.
Yeah, HPJC, very clinical round from them, not really allowing Maradona to breathe for the most part.
Greedy, dirty little animal.
1-0. HPJC taking the lead in map number 2. The lead in the series is theirs as well.
Oh. Lovely job. Awesome job from Crimsons at the start. Overextending, keeping up the pressure. This is nice. HP straight away actually drop shot up top. And usually they just throw this down on maps that they're not doing well in, but right now they seem to be doing just fine. I've even heard them communicate, right? Not too sure how this map is played 4v4. Just throw a drop down and force the map into something we're more accustomed to. And that kind of seems to be their way of thinking these days, HP. They just want to keep things to how they were back during the Pro League days and keep the strict team fights that they're confident with. And here it is in full force, right?
See if they can keep things going. No Pain's not able. And the shot's in a tough spot now. Marco should fall, but Marco's actually going to find a kill, get the revive. Oh, that was close to going very, very differently by Hydron. The only one to be able to answer back for HPJC. Everybody else does fall. That's a boom shot. Oh, not a boom shot, a drop shot, I should say. Hydron's going to go down. Irrelevant of that now being picked up, and Maradona with a much better start to the round. That's maybe a little bit overzealous from Pains. Not hitting anything there. Crimsons will get away with his life, but Maradona will get away with getting a hold of A here. And is anybody anywhere near? It looks as if Phelpsy over towards B. He's going to roll into it though, and over back towards A. Crimsons has to get in and does so. Can he hold on though? The rest of the team now coming in off spawn, and it looks as if they are going to be able to get a hold of B and keep themselves in this round. Hydron thankfully clutching up, but a jungle there for HPJC.
Yeah, close one. Certainly so. Pain still lurking on that home hill. Definitely not the most favored player to have looking into your own spawn. Such a dangerous individual that guy is. Helps you back to God spot. So I should have called it earlier. He's just lurking in the center with Maradona on the score win condition right now. And I wonder when that drop shot will be back up. Obviously certainly lurking underneath. Pains has spotted him. And there's the flashbang. Surely this is a pinch coming on through now in the front. Jackfax looking for his 1v. Marco will fall as well. Pains will try and run back away from up top. Via up top, but under a lot of pressure now.
Push coming in here from HPJC. If Pains can even find one, that would be a bonus, but will not find a great deal. But at the same time, Maradona with a very, very strong lead here. Looking over towards B. A little bit of control maybe coming in for HPJC. I tell you what, though, Phelps, he could do with winning this fight. He's going to be very, very weak heading into this, though. Gets a good spread on the Marco, who's had to back on down. Shots coming in from Spawn, though. Phelpsy. Oh!
Steam train over the top of the cover.
My
You don't see that often.
No, you don't. They need C, though. They need C. Drop shot now in the hands of Jack as well. Swarm win condition is there. Currently, Maradona getting absolutely nothing on the board, but they have to make their way over towards B. The problem is, though, that HPJC have a drop shot in hand as well. Crisis is dead. Well, not quite.
Maybe not. Good dodge. Hydron as well. Clearly getting calls from Jack Fex there. Get out, I can just drop shot him. That was nice from both of them. Oh no, but he's going to shoot down up. And in the process, AK Hydron, look at the kills. Bounty's picking up. Here comes the second from Crimson's, though. 2 headshots in a row. And could this be the domination? They're running to try and break the C hill. Look at this. Just about. Marco and Crisis will break it. Can they secure it now? It looks like they can. Both of them just standing on. And no one will get there in time. The emote from Marco to finish off in style. 1-1. That was a close one.
A very, very close one. You do wonder if Jack does a little bit better with that drop shot. Do things become that little bit easier? Or the HPJ squad. Bounces once again being the guy to just about slow down things as well as he could on B.
I think
allowed the rest of the team to get over towards C.
I think Jack Fex just ran out of actives there when he was trying to find Crisis. I'm pretty sure if he had an active, Crisis would have been taken down. And this is something my teammate Aurora actually talks about a lot. Even if you tell him, hey, I'm playing, you don't have to, micromanage me, or when you speak to, or anyone says that to anyone, Aurora will always be staring at your drop shot reload to make sure you get an active before you shoot it. And it's so crucial in this game because it's like a different weapon at that point in time.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, indeed. That's one blown away. And Crisis will come on through, and that's another initial, potentially one for Maradona. Phelps in a little bit of trouble. And there you go. The overextension will come in.
Yeah, not necessarily being the best 60 seconds of sort of Gears of War I've ever seen out of Jack. Unfortunate in that respect. Crimson should be able to get towards B with this flash to help him. See that flash come out?
No, I think he just cancelled the animation a little bit too soon, perhaps, by jumping to that cover.
It's a bit more like it. Marco locks that in. Fight towards C. That has to go in HPJC's favour. It does not. Maradona. 2 rounds off the bounce.
Off the bounces, if you will. He finished at the bottom of the scoreboard on Asylum. I'm not sure if you noticed that, Chris. He had the least amount of kills in the game, I believe. But it just seemed like every single one he had such a high impact from, which is surprising, actually, because Crimson's had so many kills in the first half. Bounces really just turned it around, it seemed like. And here he is once more on this side at the bottom of the scoreboard. But everyone, really, the storyline is that Maradona have 4 really good players. Are now giving HPJC a really good game on TG so far.
They really are, and it's coming down to just winning this fight in the middle. Towards the extra course. It's a little bit more important. The fact that the drop shot is there. Bounces are going to win the fight here, though. Payne's going to try and put some shots in as well, but downs have come in from HPJC. Not enough. Payne's once again letting them know. Drop shot now in his hands, and Maradona just having their way with HPJC. Over towards where the drop shot is spawning, of course, and it's just making things that little bit easier in the rest of the round because you have this drop shot available. Probably not worth using there if you're Pains, just to hold off as the kill comes through already. Pains chasing down on Crimson's if he can. Drops on a Hydro, now nice and easy. Locking in A now as well, and this is 3 very, very quick rounds for Maradona. 3 and 4, particularly fast, and HPJC now backs against the wall.
Goodness me, I'm wondering if HPJC are regretting throwing that drop shot down now so early on. Yep. I mean, usually you see it towards the second half, right, with other teams. They just have that as an option. They leave it open. The door there is available if necessary. But no, HP went all in, and they've lost 2 rounds in a row now on that one, going all in on that team fight. Now you have the E hill there, so it doesn't get any better from this point onwards. They have to see it out and do better on the U fight.
the advantage, if you like. HPJC getting the very, very aggressive on it this time round. Crisis gonna find 2 with the Incend though, and that is the difference. Shots into Hydro now. He should be dead, or at least very, very weak, and the latter is what he is now. Flash down to try and help him out of this hole. Not gonna happen. Crisis finds a Maradona are just playing with their food over towards E now. Winning the fight nearly every single time.
Yeah, they are. Crisis, you could see there, just knowing Hydron's going to throw a stun for a flash. Not going to happen. Double from Pains. Lovely job. That's better. Well, Marco and Pains look to finalize that kill. Big drop. Not going to connect. Hydron pretty weak. Oh, no. Drawn into his gun there. Could have been problematic. But the shots are consistent nonetheless for Pains. He is really... he's playing amazing well, I was about to say. For sure, taking down 2, saving his teammate in the process. Crisis is running up the staircase just behind all the teammates. 3 seconds on the clock. Maradona are here to play. 4-1. They are steaming through HPJC right now.
We might as well start map number 3 at this point, because I just can't say a way for HPJC back into this game. They've been losing these initials just far too easily. Maradona have been running away with it nearly every single time. Because the drop shot is there, it becomes a double-edged sword, doesn't it? You lose the fight, yes, you lose control, but then you also lose the drop shot. It's just, it's like double jeopardy, isn't it? You lose the fight, yes, okay, it's not ideal, and then obviously you have to run into a drop shot. Not ideal, but Maradona have been making it work.
I know it's a very unforgiving map in general, his training grounds, to be honest. Lots of similarities to Harbor Eye with this up top fight and whatnot. But no, I mean, Maradona have just been dominating so far. Pains is confident, evidently, and he's doing really, really well. There's the Incend, though, that you expect from the likes of Phelpsy. Double from him, right on the top of that cover. Perfect job from Phelpsy. Known for his Incends, far back as Gears 4. And now Bouncer's being taken down as well. This is better. Now can HP utilize this drop shot and turn it into more hills, turn it into definitely more kills at least. They need to get 4 rounds in a row now on this map.
Crisis is going to be dropped and cleaned up by Crimson's as Maradona mounting a solid offensive over towards D. Crimson's quite happily will lock this one in. Pain's putting all their shots in. Crimson's claps back. I want to try and get rid of Pains as quickly as they can. They should be able to do momentarily as well. Very weak, very dead.
Very dead.
Now in their sights. Yeah, very, very dead. Obviously still, as far as I was aware, hasn't used any of these drop shot bullets at all. Or shells. Oh, no, there's one. There you go. Crisis and Bounces gone down, although Crisis was already dropped. Push towards F now incoming.
Drop can be very useful. Here it is, right on top of Pains. No, he jumps around the corner. Both players full red, returning fire. Crisis not having any of it. Pains is still very much here, though. Phelps will get down in the process. Everyone stands back up to fight. Bounce is holding on true, though, and gets on to make that looking for a third. Will he get it? Yes, he will. Knife to Crimson's, and Hydron will fall as well. Everyone in HPJC will be taken down. They have the score lead, but they are very much going to lose E. They're going to lose map control. Can Maradona finish it here and now?
Just curious. We should be able to win out a 2-cap here. They will, then.
Oh, okay.
No, it's
That's
very,
close.
very close then. Yeah, they will be close. Crisis and Marco are both going to go down towards D as well, making this push even harder, and Pains is going to be dealt with as well by Hydron. This 1-cap is good enough for HPJC to put that deficit down, but need a little bit more just to secure it. Phelpsy getting it done over towards F. Crisis is already running away from it. Need a little bit more than that. Phelpsy now just holding on strong. You do very, very well if you're Maradona to come out on top of this one.
Wow. That was lovely.
It was well played by Phelpsy.
Just strafing, using the staircase there. And honestly, that is true strafing for me. Yes, there might have been cover involved technically, but there was no A button, right? There was no shot holding. There was just side-to-side literal dodging of shots. That was lovely from Phelpsy there. Super smart play. And the likes you only see from the very smartest and top players in this game.
We'll feel a little sweeter that it was against Pains, and I know those two
Yeah.
had words.
I'm sure he was aware that Pains was going to try and up A and then really relentlessly go for that gear, but as soon as he was full red, he just handled it very comfortably, right? Just dropped to the staircase, used his cover available to him, keeping his distance, and winning out with damage. That's their round on the board, and they need 3 in a row more.
Not out of the realms of possibility, but it just comes down to a couple of fights here and there in the middle, just winning those, and all of a sudden it becomes a lot easier. But right now it's kind of like what we've seen in the first 5 or so rounds. Maradona on top, fully on top as well. I don't even know if they'll even get over towards F yet.
Are they going to attempt?
I mean,
that's one.
Early in the round, so you could definitely come back if you can make this comeback yourselves to try and get inside of the hill, but all the kills going over towards Maradona. Just too many bodies, and we will see a map number 3. Game number 1 this evening wasn't necessarily close to this one. Very 5-2 on map number 2. We will see a third map between these two. We're heading over towards Harbour.
And a very deserved map of that. Look at that in the chat. Crisis Grim ? After the very minor trash talking on the end of Asylum. You love to see it. You really do. Yeah, 5-2. 5-2 for Maradona. Comfortable on that second map. Brilliant stuff. It's great, right? I mean, we were talking about the likely grand final today of Black Hawk Down versus HP, but right now we're going to map number 3, and we always said, right, this is the top 4 of Europe, and it is closer than many might predict, and Maradona showed it off there on that team fight on the U, and I'm pretty sure that was their map, HP's map pick, given their seed, so I think so. I wonder.
Yeah, I think if you're HPJC, you're disappointed with that performance. It comes down to the fact that you're losing those initials quite heavily for the most part. When they win them, they're winning the round. When they lose them, they're losing the round. I think the thing is that there's nobody else there to do something. It's like a 4-man hit every single time. And if you are losing that gunfight 9 times out of 10, you're going to lose the round on training grounds, especially when there's a drop shot to play with as well. So in that case, I mean, there's not really much to read into apart from you need to win the initial, and that's it. I mean, the one where Phelpsy got a good insend made the difference, of course, but we didn't see enough of it, and that was the problem. And ultimately, Maradona do fantastically well to win those fights and win them convincingly and snowball from there in the rest of the round. So good play from them, and they will get it done. And I think just hark back to one of those rounds in the middle where Marco and Cole got themselves just all the way back to C just in time to make sure that they did lock in that points victory. I think it was maybe around 3 or 4. That could have been, the swing point where things did turn around a little bit, but nonetheless, Maradona very much a deserved win on map number 2. Heading over towards Harbour, though, any thoughts here, Toby? It's one of these things where it's relatively similar in a way to training grounds, if you like, I suppose. I mean, it's going to come down to those initials in the middle, but B's a little bit more open on this one, so not necessarily you can get, if you're not going to win those initials up towards the bridge side, it's a hard one to call.
Yeah, it's more so the similarity of the up top fight importance, right, and how much leverage it really can offer. If you're a good team on those fights, you're going to have a really good time on Harbour, both in the first and second half. And I'm wondering, actually, if the storyline of training grounds was just that HPJC got a little bit demotivated in that U fight, and that's why from round to round, it looks like one team was getting stronger and one team was getting weaker. HPJC historically have had some really tough performances on LAN, performances where they perhaps haven't performed as well as they should have. People put this down to psychology or just, being demotivated very easily. Hoping that's not the case for HPJC, honestly, especially given the trash talk there as well. I'm hoping they can, really pull themselves back up and perform in these all-important fights up top, because I know Pains and the rest of the towns are going to be flying through Stern and Winch if given the opportunity.
Well, here we go. The map number 3 between HPJC and Maradona. Let's see who comes out on top. They will be meeting Black Hawk Down in the final. They get a 2-0 victory over Savage Camping. So, will we see a repeat of last week's final or a repeat of a final that we've seen 2 weeks in a row in weeks 2 and 3 between HPJC and of course, Black Hawk Down, or Maradona and Black Hawk Down? At the time, we have seen them. Black Hawk Down will come out on top nonetheless. It depends who comes to play, but realistically, Black Hawk Down still the strongest looking team in Europe. Who's going to be there to greet them in that grand final, though?
Maradona once again playing for retakes rather than fighting off the rip. Crisis will get the left hand back in. Phelpsy, Jackfax holding on against Marco up top, but he's got more to play with here. More players to take down. Unfortunately, he will fall thanks to Pains holding his ground and Crisis coming up on the flank. I'm honestly not sure why Maradona do this. They, instead of just having that fairly balanced fight at the top from the get-go, they play for retakes, and they do the harder job of doing that. I'm not sure if it's kind of like more like a trick strat and keeping players off their guard, but it just seems a little bit backwards to me, Chris. They're doing it a lot now. They don't seem to be doing as well as when they just get up close and personal immediately, like we just saw in that youth fight on training grounds.
Trying to put themselves in the best spot, I suppose, but let's see. Maradona, of course, are the ones that got control of B, and they're actually getting control of C. That should be shut down. Bounces, once again, is just such a pain, isn't he? He's always in and around where you wouldn't expect him to be, always decapping or pushing towards a home hill. Very smart play from him. Crimson's going to have to back down as Phelpsy is going to find the kill at the Crisis, which is possibly going to allow HPJC to get a hold of B, but Crimson's is going to catch Marco. Maybe he's just a little bit unawares that he knew where he was. Phelpsy finds the gunfight on the bounces as well. Pains should drop 2. Crisis is the only one to invert a Crisis here from Maradona. It was looking like a very, very quick domination coming through, but Crisis puts a stop to that one.
Lincoln, you'll miss it. Crimson's up here. That was lovely. Barely looking at the player. B and C held now for HP, and they do get the win condition. Just about an overtaken score, unless Marco and Bantis can throw themselves into B, along with their teammates. My goodness me. Chain revive galore down there. Won't be helping much, it seems like, Crimson's Lancer. Although I say that, they run out of downs. The headshot comes through with the Lancer. That confirms that kill. Phelpsy looking to see if he can pick away any more deaths. Any more kills. Look at this. 2 flashbangs, I believe, thrown in the mix. Can Phelpsy do anything with it? No, just sitting back instead. Choosing to Lancer the players off that box instead. Keeping the wide angle. The Swarm will win in 10 seconds. They have to do something right now to HP.
Very, very close scoreline, so they can't get a decap. Things maybe going to look good, but Pains with the fadeaway. That should be it now, as Jack just trying to get some stat padding on the go as the round was already done. 3 minutes and 3 seconds is what it took from Maradona, but HPJC did flicker a domination in there at one point, so shout out to Maradona for holding on strong and bouncing back for that one, 1-0.
Yeah, splendid job from them. Well, I was talking to their retake strategy being questionable, but they did make it happen this round, just passed, and they held out towards the end too. And they'll take the first round here. Again, HP just throwing that drop shot down on map control and going all in on this team fight. I've really questioned this, but hey, if that's what they want to play, despite what we just saw on training grounds, then fair enough. I guess they want to force Maradona in straight away then, you know, and make sure they don't try and go for any retakes. You certainly can't when there's a drop shot there, but let's see. On board with Pains and Co. as they're being way more aggressive against these players now. Looking to pick up kills. Phelpsy gets one. They win the up top fight for now. Jackback still lurking. Pains shuts him down. No problems there. And the kill feed is lighting up in red. Phelpsy forced to back out. Will he even be able to get out? No, he will not. Drop shot picked up. And Maradona, for me, plays so much better when they're aggressive off the rip.
Yep. And HPJC are the ones that are inviting that aggression by putting the drop shot down. And I do wonder if it's maybe worth it. I think, they respect each other enough to sort of say, these are good players. Putting that drop shot down, though, I said it's that double jeopardy. I mean, I was about to say that's a questionable drop shot from Pains, but in the end, an ingenious one. Is he going to find a second? Oh my goodness. I mean, these are coming out of absolute nowhere, and that's maybe what's catching the HPJC players off guard. Push over towards A, comes on through. Hydron's the only one they're able to answer back. Phelpsy now, flash out, is going to make the push on to Pains, who's going to wait for him coming, but Pains going to go down. Phelpsy makes the push on through. Should be able to lock this in, but here we go. Crisis from behind. That might just be the round. Jack, is he going to be able to get there in time? Not quite. Maradona, look at 2-0 round lead in here on map number 3. And that's a big, big play out of Pains with the drop shot. And then Crisis to come in with the flank as well. kills, 2 assists, 1 death from Crisis so far in 2 rounds is a big, big scoreline.
One team right now for me is just a little bit more clued in, it seems like. HPJC getting caught out a multiple amount of times there from the drop shot, from Crisis on the flank, or they're just lancering someone out in the distance. Not good at all, really, from HP in that round. But Maradona, good job from them, winning that top fight. The issue as well with Harbor on that drop shot is that you will have to have that team fight with similar numbers anyway. You're just throwing in an extra player perhaps in that team fight, and that's it. And I'd rather the more structured fight for HP than total anarchy of players flying in everywhere, and Crisis just rips Crimson's apart there while he's trying to throw his flashbang. Crisis doing the exact same thing again, forgets frequency of shots and quantity, just go in for those hard hitters, tries to go for the up A Hydrons, not having any of that time. But the players are just falling left, right, and center, and Maradona are just having their way, pushing into essentially this enemy spawn now against the COG side.
Bounces with the drop shot as well. It's a small choke point you've got to run through if you're HPJC. Maybe the first one ever so slightly wasted. Could go for an absolute Hail Mary over towards B if HPJC doing that fight over there, but nonetheless Maradona got what they came for over towards C. Which way is this fight going to go though? Bounces. He's got a drop shot in hand, could do with staying alive. He goes down. Crimson's though, finding 2. And maybe that's the catalyst or something to get going for HPJC here. They've been well behind for quite some time. Domination ticking. Domination locked in. That's a flurry of kills very, very quickly. Maradona go from dominating to being dominated. 2-1 now as HPJC answer back.
Crisis sitting on 10 kills in 3 rounds yet. Flexing his inner pains perhaps with all this aggression off the initials and being that icebreaker. He's having a brilliant time so far on Harbor. Pretty much winning the second round, it seemed like, on that flank. But yeah, I mean, Phelpsy was the insurance essentially for that triple cap as he was spotted up on Stern. Could have went for the pinch. Instead, he overextended, but he won his 1v as well, along with a teammate of his winning at B, resulting in that triple cap. Good job from HP, honestly. They turned a potential round loss into a win that. Let's see if they can do any better, though, in this team fight off the rip.
Yeah, hasn't really been going their way. Last time around, it didn't really make a difference, but could definitely help them win in this fight as Phelpsy goes down. Hydron's there to answer back with a kill on the bounces in the middle of the map, but which way does the rest of this fight go? Marco and Co trying to butter up where they can, but the flurry of kills coming in for HPJC this time around. Crisis, can he stop the drop shot player coming through? Not quite. Get rid of him. Jack will survive, and the drop shot in hand as well for him. Much better start to the round. There's an extension over the Woods B coming in from HPJC as well. Drop shot available for Jack as well. Surely he's just going to line them up when they start running on through. They know that drop shot is potentially available here. Surely Maradona. There's 1 goes through. There's 2 kills that come up on the scoreboard. Make it 3 onto Marco. I think that one's went into the sea, but nonetheless, so have the hopes of Maradona in this round as the domination comes in. Jack's like, where's it gone?
Well for it. That's hilarious.
2-2.
Yeah, that's funny. Just as you think you're going to hear like that celebration of the second drop and go off with the casting, it just disappears. You never hear the explosive, and it just the explosion, and it just goes into the sea. Nevertheless, we still have the climax of the round win, 2-2, going into the second half.
It's all of a sudden a much closer game. I think Maradona would have been thinking to themselves, after round 3 specifically, we should have been 3-0 up. Now it's 2-2.
Just like that. Blink and you'll miss it, honestly. Much better job from HP there. Up top, everyone was closely packed together, not allowing players like Pains to run on through. In fact, HP changing their strap a little bit here. That double down, I see, yeah. Here we go. Drop shot picked up, mind you, on the flank. It could just be sent into the winch at any moment, but I think he got taken down, maybe. Drop shot fired, nothing connects. Still lurking is Pains here, just picking where he can help, and the team fight being a nuisance. Marco finding Jackfax, though, taking back Stern angle. Leaving Phelpsy in a precarious spot. Will he try and engage on Marco? Will he turn around to help the winch and be trapped there? Looks like the latter. Hydron is there, though. Potential push could come up top anytime soon.
DNA and the control of Maradona there do, in the end, kind of win the gunfight up here. I think that is Phelpsy and Crimson's in the middle.
Here it
Find a
is.
potential angle. Push on to Marco. Do they know he's there? Well, they do now. Not much landed. Marco is going to have to back on down. This is going to allow HPJC just to make that push up, just to try and get a little bit more real estate in the middle of the map. Try to get some control. Phelpsy and Crimson's going to have to back on down. Lancer Fire coming in from the right. It's going to be Hydro and Marco ready and waiting. It's just such a nice little spot for him to be in. They could just keep them at bay here. It's just so hard to make this push.
Marco's doing an excellent job, honestly. Keeping the shots in, but making sure he's not damaged enough to allow HP an opportunity to kill him. Really playing it perfectly, this spot in the doorway. And HP are also likewise playing it ultra safe, careful not to get downed in the process of chipping away at this defense.
Crimson tries to find a different angle just to chip away, as you say. Kane's now in maybe a bit of a dangerous spot. Bounce is going to come and help out, though, as Phelpsy had made the push. Crimson finds one. It's a fantastic snap. Can he find much else? Payne's very, very weak, but needs the help of his teammates. Hydron is here to clean up shop. It's a really, really well-executed move by HPJC, but it is a little late. Jack now making this push over towards D. Crisis. Rocking a hard place. Springs to mind is now. He's going to have to try and get out. Just try and deter them for as long as possible. The teammates are now coming up off the respawn. Maradona can, of course, win on one, but they can't win on anything if everybody's dead. But Paynes, has he managed to get away over towards E? No, there's somebody in the way. Phelpsy's going to be there. Paynes is dead. HPJC take their time. They're patient. And find 3 rounds in a row to make it 3-2.
Good job from them, honestly. HP, they just kept trying the front door approach every single time. Every time Hydron got a little bit of shots, yeah, let's try push up. Yeah, it's not going to work, pull back. No one gets down in the process. But they keep Maradona on the toes for so long, eventually coming in with that amazing flank. Crimson's at the helm. Really, really good job. So much composure from that team there. And likewise, Maradona were doing a great job on defense, but eventually just the castle will fall and HPJC find the way in. A very hard fought round, that one, as we go into the next.
I've got to be wondering how they're behind in this game. HPJC have done a fantastic job of just grinding these rounds out, making the opportunities this time round. They're just making them with fantastic play. Up towards the top side, B. Oh, sorry, E should be going into their favor as well. Bounces is the only one. Answer back, and nearly finds a second as well. Jack will get rid of him. The drop shot now in the hands of HPJC. Maradona seem to have crumbled here, Toby.
A little bit. I think HP have just been getting the better of them a little bit on the team fights now. It really just came down to composure that last round. They're having a little bit better success in the up top fight here on the Stern. Marco trying to go for the back A. Paynes will jump onto Crimson's cover immediately. Too much damage put their way yet, though. There comes the drop. Not going to connect again. Jackvex revives, but Bounces comes in to close the gap. Crimson's rolling straight into the enemy, though. Isn't going to help him. Jackvex, I think he even was trying to go for a revive there on Crimson's, but getting the meat shield instead. Maradona, the champions of that fight.
Yep, they walk away as when it's here. Crisis ready to lock this in as well. Domination ticking. I don't think Phelpsy will get that. 3-3. It's a quick round from Maradona. They needed to stop the bleeding, and it took 1 minute and 37 seconds. Round number 6.
Yeah, Crisis doing his job, though, now this time on the 1Vs.
Yep.
Going for that triple cap. Wasn't Bounces on that street this time round. 3-3, you said it. The bleeding has been stopped. The momentum train stopped. At least you'd hope so for the Italians. Both incens will be locked. They won't be causing any issues up top now. Curious to see if anyone's a little bit more aggressive as a result now. No more needing to bait the incens, but remember, you still have the flashes, you still have the smokes if anyone was to like to use them. Ooh, Hydron's quick in the wind shear. Just gonna throw the stun instead. Crisis still. King. Hydron again with the pinch though. They keep giving this angle
such
up,
a
and
bad
that's 2
spot.
downs already as a result. HP should be sitting back up top. Instead, Bounces keeping his team in it for now. Bane's on the flank. Hydron holds his shot. That's everybody down. And HPJC overextending.
Yep. This should be domination. I don't think anyone's going to spawn up in time, although maybe, just maybe they'll be able to get there in time. Marco now making the run over, but it's going to be a lot of HPJC ready here and waiting. Drop shot through, there's one, and the second not quite landing, but it will not matter. Little Bouncer's not quick enough. 49 seconds for HPJC to put themselves on match point. And it's just coming down to those initials, isn't it, for the most part? Apart from the round either here or there, but ultimately, whoever comes out on top over towards Stern and Winch usually comes out on top of the round. I think, Hydron allowed to push around Winch and just find 2 very, very easy cleanups.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening, but Maradona keep giving up that angle for some reason, especially when the player has right hand on Winch, and that is so problematic. Yes, you're fighting a very difficult battle from the get-go because you don't have that, but you can't give it up. You have to get a kill over the line. I wonder if a player is getting damaged out too early, perhaps on the line, and they're just trying to save their teammate, right? Crisis turning around to help him or whatnot. But you just can't let HPJC have that because they will punish you so hard for it. Sniper down bottom, though, with potentially the last round here on Harbor if HP can come out with a win.
Getting the push around this left-hand side. It's actually going to be Maradona who managed to pick up the long shot, but Phelps, he gets in. Drop shot to his name as well. Bounce is going to go down. The revive comes through. Crisis is going to take the head of Jackfex, though. It's going to be an F&D setup for Maradona here, so not all is lost. And this initial now becomes a little bit less important. Of course, the drop shot is the ultimate prize, if you like, but Crisis picking heads with this one has allowed Maradona would have themselves a lead.
Yeah, you don't see this often, do you? The sniper on Harbor down bottom, but it does give a lot of angles.
Oh yeah, there's a lot.
It really does. People forget, on either home health, you can see a lot. One headshot in this scenario could mean a lot, but unfortunately Crisis holds for too long. If anything, I'd be pulling out as the first player, right, to play it safe if you have a sniper, but instead he held on for so long, has it out as well. It's on the floor. Crimson's go clean it up. Phelpsy will take the snipers as a reward. There it is. FL captured. E-Hill already under control. Can HPJC clean it up? Crisis will stop it for now. And the victory dances do start for HPJC. 5-3, the final score. And they are letting them know it. What a fantastic semi-final that was, Chris.
Crimson. Oh dear.
GG's, but bye. My goodness me.
Oh, I have a feeling this is not the last time we'll see these two face off against each other in the Open Series. This time round, it will be HPJC to come out on top. That's going to be a 2-1 series victory for them. In a well-fought battle, though, against Maradona, it has to be said, a very, very good series between these two. And Toby, I think, Maradona played a fantastic game, but it feels as if they don't win the initial, what's the next plan?
Yeah,
It sort of feels that way a little bit, but a couple of questionable ones up there on Harbor especially. I mean, training grounds, they were phenomenal, absolutely fantastic, but a couple of the rounds as well, you've got to say that they were unfortunate, maybe not come out on top, specifically in the early ones of Harbor as well. They could have really been 3 or 4-0 up, and we probably wouldn't have questioned it, but HPJC held on very, very well. We'll find themselves with another date in the grand finals against Black Hawk Down. We've got that coming up next after this quick break. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the EGL Open Series week number 5. My name is Ton. I'm here with Toby once again, and it's our third game and final game of the night. The grand finals is coming up, and it's the repeat of what we seen last week. HPJC taking on Blackhawk Down, essentially Elevate taking on Rated R from Time Gone By. It should be an interesting one, Toby. We had a very close game last week. We're expecting just about the same here.
Absolutely so. Yes, BHD have been on a 3-win streak so far in this tournament, been dominating since they got the 4 that they have now. But they only lost by 1 round in the last week. Remember, 5-4 on Foundation, of course, and boy, that was a nail biter to watch. My goodness me, some of the rounds were just neck and neck. I think we were talking about one round actually in that map where we thought you guys on cast, I thought everyone watching thought that HPJC won it, but no, BHD just clinched in the end on those points, and that really could have just been the difference, right, of the champion of last week. Yep. So, I'm thinking maybe we can have as a close game this week. Can BHD keep up the streak? From what we've seen so far in the semis, BHD are doing just as well and being just as strong. Meanwhile, HPJC had a little bit of difficulty there against Maradona, only winning by 2 rounds themselves in that semi-final.
Yeah, still having difficulty against Maradona there, but in fairness, they come up clutch, and it has to be said that throughout the game they did sort of adapt to what was going on, specifically on Harbour. Maybe they struggled a little bit on training grounds, but I'd be intrigued to see what map set's going to be coming through for this one. But looks like we are nearly ready to get into the game at least. But I'm just hoping for as good of a grand final as what we've seen last week. These two, it's a story that's gone on for nearly 2 years in Europe now. And if we can just continue it, that'll be fantastic. I'm actually going to go this week with an HPJC win. I think these guys are just going to continue to trade these every single week. To be honest with you, it was very, very close last week. HPJC, maybe it's their time to take one back. But knowing all the players on Black Hawk Down, they absolutely will not let any go for free. This will be a hardly contested game. Absolutely, I'm sure of. I don't know if you have any particular prediction for this one. I'm going to lean HPJC just because I would like to see it not be somewhat dominant for Black Hawk Down all the way through. I would like to see HPJC at least take a couple off them to make things interesting towards the finals.
I think my prediction is we'll see a map 3 to start with. I think we're going to see it, honestly, at this point in time. But yeah, I could also see it go either way, to be honest. I think it really is still neck and neck. It was a 1-round difference. HPJC, I think I would definitely say, are going to be getting stronger each week. And as a result, you'd think they'd improve just a little bit to be able to put them over the edge of that, round 9, map 3 kind of scenario at this point in time, but they just weren't looking that great in that semi-final there against Maradona, right? I don't think BHD would have as tough game against Maradona. Usually they're smoking through them 2-0 with a confident round count. So I'm not sure, honestly, if I can say that same prediction. I'd like to see HPJC win, actually, to try and, end this streak and really fortify that kind of back and forth that we're probably going to get now week in, week out. Map number 1, Foundation, I've just learned. I think this could be a good map for either team again. If HPJC have a really good map 1 on Foundation, a map they're comfortable with, a map they perform very well against them and other teams in, maybe HPJC can be set up for a match win today. I'm leaving it open, though. I'm not sure I want to predict just yet who's going to go with the win.
Gamble. Love to sit on a fence.
I don't often dip from predictions.
To sit on a fence. Ridiculous. What do we pay you for? In the Foundation we go. And this was the map that they played last time around in week number 4, and it went all the way down to a round number 9 between these two. Will we see the same again? I wonder. But week number 5, grand finals, HPJC, Black Hawk Down. Let's get into it once again, Toby.
Well, Dragons was having a very good time on this map previously. In this particular matchup versus HPJC, but he's not always having a great game, is Dragons, against this team. But when he does, it really just sets the difference apart, it seems like. So he's a really big character to actually pay attention to in this game.
Going on down low, and I'm curious to see if anybody's going to start putting the drop shot down here once again. It's a fight that we've seen mostly go towards Black Hawk Down, but Marsh, how's he turned this one round? It was just waiting for Crimsons to pick them up, but really well played by Marsh. Drag could do with winning this fight as well against Strikers. I tell you what, could he go one further with a kill against Dragons? Not quite. You're going to be not quite locked in there. Dragons with some good shots. Marsh is locking down C. Will go help his teammates where he can. Will take a couple of bullets on the way through, but well played by Marsh. He's dropped super quick there. Dragons is going to get a hold of B, but C still under contention. HPJC have got that to cling on to.
Well, Dragon's lurking. Hydran's going to be caught out here. He's in trouble. He won't be able to get away. You can't take cover on that pillar when another player is in that pocket. And he's been taken down as a result. One player, Jack Fax, on the T. He will be pulling back. HPJC have to be careful here. Cargo absolutely flying at them. Phelpsy will fall. Jack Fax trying to save the day. Isn't able to get out that. And right now, BHD are doing an excellent job of containing Foundation, really leveraging this points advantage they have.
Crimson's going to have to back on down here as well. Just push this one out with HPJC, but now Crimson's in a bad spot. Coke down. There's a set on C. A moan from you there, Toby. Not happy with the play coming out. Crimson's there.
I'm also just a little bit shocked, actually, how on point Black Hawk Down's Lancers were. They were really, really accurate, almost finding Crimson. Strikers with the double there. BHD are firing on all cylinders, literally flying at everything, getting kills, no one getting down, no one getting caught out, picking up every kill they can, domination coming on through, and it just seems like every player is contained. See, Jack Bex tries to go through flank, not getting anywhere near that hill to break it. BHD absolutely dominated that round from start to finish.
Yep, it took 2 minutes and 37 seconds, but it was mostly 2 minutes and 37 seconds of Black Hawk Down battering HPJC around Foundation.
Look at the kills.
Yep.
Says it all. One player has more kills than all of them combined there in the end. despite it lasting that long. It's a good start for BHD. Really, really good start there. That was really impressive how they were all playing. Everyone working in perfect unison, no one getting caught out of position, always keeping the spawns of HPJC staggered. Drop shot down again. I'm not sure, Chris, about this. It keeps happening.
You know what?
And I think they keeps causing problems.
No, I think it's just the pride thing. I think they're just like, right, you know what?
All right, that's it. I'm fed up. Just throw it down.
Yeah.
Yep, throw it down.
Let's throw it down.
There's always just one person, I think, just like making sure, hey, just get it down.
Let's separate the men from the boys. Yeah, smoke's down. Let's get it. They're like, right, okay, you want to scrap? Let's do it in the middle. Let's do it for not necessarily all the marbles, but the drop shot, very much a prize you want to get a hold of as quickly as you can. Hydron should be dead. Down Strikers a couple of times, and we'll deal with Dragons on top of that as well. Strikers on the pickup, though. We'll get rid of Hydron. Not too sure which way the drop shot went. It looks as if Cougars has it on his back. He does. I think he might have used one at least, but 100% sure. Either way, Cog domination and taking Cougars so patient. Jack very dead. 2 shots still available here for Cougars though as he backs down to B. Cog down, lose a couple of members and just walk away, potentially licking their wounds. That's a nice drop shot though from Cougars. As you know, there's 2 in the middle there as well. Crimson's not necessarily in the ideal spot here. They want to going to try and push out this player who has a hold of the drop shot. Dragons pushes forward himself. He should be able to be locked in. Cougars sends it deep.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I was going to say Dragons is probably a sacrificial lamb in this one, but he'll clean it up nonetheless. Maybe a bit overzealous with that one. Probably a little bit unnecessarily.
I think it looked like he'd won the fight single-handedly a little bit too quickly there for Cougar's liking, but maybe it was just, insurance, just in case, just make sure we get the double at least, whether Dragons is coming or not to the grave too. And so as it stands, score lead BHD, looking very good. Marsh a little bit red. Jumps out to safety to make sure he does not get down. Opsy running into the pocket. Oh, he's so weak, immediately lit up. Marsh isn't having any of it. Straight into killing that player. Strikers will find Jack Fex caught out in the pocket. Nothing really happening for HPJC there. Just getting shut down immediately. BHD collapsing with 15 seconds to go. Marsh is lurking for the flank through the middle. The OE to ensure HP aren't getting any cheeky dominations through. I think this is all but over.
Yeah.
No one really moving.
HPJC are very much content with the fact that this round is donezo. Talk down 2-0 up. Convincing rounds as well. They haven't been dominations, but realistically, they've not really been out of control for many of the seconds that they have been in the lead. Very solid round out of Black Hawk down once again.
Yeah. I think, maybe, just maybe, the drop shot is a little bit different on this map on Foundation in that you can't too easily just quick pick it. It's not a weapon placement that will force everyone through the middle necessarily. It's not that akin to Training Grounds and Arbor, but still be a question. HPJC pushing on through the center. Once again, the first one's down. See if they can find anyone. Crimson's in a lot of trouble. It's so difficult to play these pillars because you can get angled from everywhere. You're also at the mercy of the pinch from Statue, as we saw last time. No one's picked it up yet. Are they going to do anything with it? One player just came through Statue. Strikers tried to run through all of them. Hydron's not having any of it. Dragons still keeping up the pressure, though. Good shot from him. The knife is only going to get it down, though. The shotgun will not be able to give. Phelpsy wins his 1B, and finally the drop shot has been secured for this team.
Drop shot available. HPJC looking to hold their first round of the game. It's maybe going to tick in here towards the... There's a drop shot lining up for them as well. Dragons and Cougars will have that spawn protection for just that little bit. That might find a second. Not quite. Dragons, though, might roll into Phelpsy. Gonna help his teammate out, though, as the rest of the team now coming in off respawn. The fight's still being won by HPJC. They're going to have to back on down now, though. Crimson's all of a sudden left alone. Phelpsy, though, back up and kicking, but Crimson should be dead. Is dead, but damage may potentially already be done. HPJC with around a 50 or 60 point lead in a win condition of 60 or so seconds.
Yeah, a lot better situation for HPJC now. not under as much pressure, but Dragons saving the day, keeping Marsh alive, keeping this push onto the home hill. Very much on the go. Dragons finds one. Crimson saves the day this time for his teammate Phelpsy. Domination coming on through as Jack Fex is overextended. Striker's not having any of it. Immediately up Aing. Double up Aing into the cover of Jack Fex. No sweat off his brow for pulling that off. Now the question becomes, where's this new drop shot? When's it going to come up? 30 seconds left on the clock potentially for HP to hold 2.
And they really just need to hold 1 here. Should be doable. Hydron's gonna go down though. Dragon steals the damage here. Everybody up on the side of Blackhawk down. Marsh was down momentarily. Should be able to get a hold of B and get this one back up. That hurts. And hurts a lot of your Dragons. You should get pushed here as well. Crimson's. Well played from him. C will do it. For the side of HPJC. Cougar's looking for a kill to try and make an entry a little bit easier. Momentarily 3v4 on this push as well. 15 seconds to go. I think that 2v4. The respawn comes through, but it's not going to happen. HPJC now. Gonna find themselves another round. Hydron and Co. Looking a little bit better, has to be said. 2-1 now. I say another round. Their only round. 2-1. Yeah, I'm sorry, Matt. I know yours. Anyway. Nonetheless, much better, has to be said. They win that initial, they get a hold of the drop shot, and they run with the rest of the round. It really is coming down to these initial fights. And I think it shows the quality of the team that they don't let anything up, do they? If you can win that initial, find the control, and find the power weapons, they are very much well-versed enough and, I want to say, patient and disciplined enough to hold them till the right times and make sure you're making every single little bit of advantage count. In the grand scheme of things of the round. Both teams doing that so well so far.
That's it. No, Dragons is into open, where he shines best on this map for sure. And that causes so many problems for this HP side when they go to pillars. The angles just come in from literally every angle of Foundation, every lane. If Strikers can leave his 1B. Hydron's forced out. The flank will come through in the middle, of course. They're calling that out straight away. Hydron still trying to hold it the best he can, but Dragons isn't upping anything today. Now this is BHD again. They're just looking to snowball everything, keep the spawns staggered. 4v3 currently. Crimson's a little bit red as well. Not going to move on anything else. Drop shot not going to connect for Cougars. Fired from downtown, down the center. He still has one more to play with.
He does. Be in their control now as well. Look at number 8, actually. That's going to be Hydron making a play around towards C. Just trying to help his team out as best he can. Bills came in there for HPJC just at the right moment as well. So ANC in their control. Cougar's still with this drop though. It's a win condition. I think it's around 70 or so seconds. For HPJC, although it will tick up very shortly. There you go. 70 seconds coming up now, but and Blackhawk down, answer back. HPJC have forced the issue over here. Do they know there's a drop shot still available to Cougars though? He's over towards B, so that's not going to matter for this fight towards C though. Blackhawk down, forcing through brute numbers, just helping them push the tempo as best they can. Jack is able to answer back with 1 kill. Crimson's going to pick up for the down as well. Can he find anything else on the Marsh? He's not going to need to, as the rest of the team are here. Really well worked by Jack Fex and Crimsons. They get it done all on their own, but there's the drop shot we talked about a little second ago, and it comes on through eventually. In the end, Blackhawk down kind of walk away as winners in that one with the win condition going over towards their side of 40 seconds.
Could have been a triple cap potentially as well, Chris, if Hydron didn't save the day on A that. Topsy quickly following up in the back there. Send over the top. That is gorgeous from Cougars. My goodness me. Right onto Phelpsy's head. Hydron tries to whittle down the numbers a little bit. Does get the up A, but Cougars will follow up. And now the drop shot has been rewarded to the side of Blackhawk down. This will be Jack Fex falling. A potential triple cap coming on through now, regardless of the score. BHD have earned this round with so much pressure, keeping hold of the drop shot for what seems like an eternity. That is an amazing drop from Dragons himself. Perfectly timed. There's the second, and not going to connect with anything. Just hitting the edge of the map there. 3-1 to Blackhawk down.
Phenomenal round out of them. HPJC were fighting all the way through though. Ultimately, it comes down to Cougars just really being patient with those drop shots, making sure they count. Because if you can land a nice one, it really can turn the tide of a round. Great performance so far out of Black Hawk Down. They deservedly find themselves 3-1 up. Bulltox going down on the either side of things, but imagine, yep, they probably want to upgrade that insend if you are HPJC. Black Hawk Down technically on their side of things, ahead in the weapon picks with that drop shot being down in the middle. Can't see of HPJC, but HPJC really haven't been able to make it count yet with that drop shot. They can get going with it though. They'll definitely find themselves back into this game rather sharpish. Shots coming in here from Crimson's landing bullets left, right, and center as well. Which now going to start coming on through. They're choosing to deal with it inside the pillars first. Dragons is going to be the first one to find a kill. Now Crimson's all alone against two Dragons here, also with his teammate Cougars. They are going to find him. That should be drop shot over towards Dragons as well. Marsh did actually drop over towards B. Cougars very, very weak from Jack as well, who's going to find him as well. Fantastic stuff from Jack. Is he going to get the kill?
Shots.
Oh, yeah, they can do with getting rid of him. Oh!
My goodness me.
Oh, that's so hard to bear if you're Jack. He's done so well to get so far, but ultimately Dragons with the drop survives, and there's a kill on Hydron, who cannot react that quick. Uh-oh.
Phelps, Seal Crimson's lurking, does find Dragons with the damage there. Marsh now joins the fray through the middle. Crimson's gets pinched immediately though. Players traded out, left and right. Jack Feck's so weak in the middle as well. He will get dropped. I'm not sure. Can he be saved? Can he get out of there? Are they going to continue the Lancers? Just about. He will get to safety. Oh, goodness, was it close though?
I'll coke down with the win condition, but I mean, HPJC are really pinned in here towards D. I mean, this is a scrap over here. My goodness me, there's about 6 people in and around this D point now. Which way is the fight going to go? Hydro trying to get something done here with his teammate. It looks like they're going to find the kills. Dragons picks up the final 2, though. Cleans up the mess, and it was actually, I think, Phelpsy went down to Hydro's sword, if you like. So that's a bit of a mistake, but I think you'll forgive him in the fact that it was messy. Very, very messy. Yeah,
it was a scrap. Just players just appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's like people were just spawning in on that location, just
no,
like
that was just a bar fight.
in.
Yeah, everyone's swinging.
Can come to that though, it really can, especially on Gears 5. Everyone just trying to get into gear range as soon as they can on the flanks. You know,
I'd argue I could have picked up a kill there, just firing my shot. I mean,
just take something from that fight and just be out. Yeah. My goodness me. All right, 20 seconds if they can hold on to. One incense thrown. Phelpsy's one is a little bit more successsul. Trims is stuck between a rock and a hard place. My goodness, lovely. Cog team still winning. Look at the score. Just about. They can win off one now.
Here goes danger. Oh, there's your head gone. The drop comes through. The break comes in as well. Dragons has got to go. He has to win this fight. He has to win multiple, to be honest with you. Domination going to come in. Not quite. 5 seconds. Are they going to get there in time? Just about. Black Hawk Down still very much in the lead here, but they need to make something count. Everybody heading over towards D. If you're HPJC, it's surely the win condition with you. Striker's going to get it down, and a second as well. Can he find the kill on the Crimsons? That would be the cherry on top of the cake, and he does so. My goodness, Strikers. Is it going to be enough, though? It's not going to be enough. Oh. What an end of the round that was.
Absolutely lost it. My goodness. Wow.
Whoa.
Don't even have time to breathe to enjoy Striker's play because the round just finishes just about there. HP holding on with the skin of their teeth with those points. My goodness me. I was there just about to praise Phelpsy for his composure waiting, but then I thought, oh no, but maybe they're respawning, and then Strikers just gets 2 out of nowhere. The missed roll from Phelpsy, and then everything just goes on from there.
Oof.
Close one. What a close one. Could have been 4-1 there. But HP hold on.
Breather after that. I just watched it back there as well. Striker stepped out for a second. I don't know if it would have made too much of a difference. Potentially. That's a free drop shot for HPJC. Are they going to get out with it as well? Not quite. They're being hunted down. Dragons trying to get rid of Crimsons. The AR is out here as well. Crimson's quite happy to just sort of sit back there, and well, Cougars will eventually get rid of him. And the Incend coming on through as well. Dragon's gonna drop. That's been a stupid start to the round here.
It has been an absolute cluster. It really has. Like a hit and run for that drop shot. And Blackhawk down, we're not allowing the criminals to get away. Flopsy finds strikers. Marsh will fall elsewhere, leaving a 4v2 scenario on an E-Hill capture. So HPJC should have a little bit of leverage now on this map. Cougars is positioned on the line up top. As the dust settles for just a moment, everyone gets their reinforcements in. Cougars positioning ready to make a play. Dragons with a Rector up top, which should really help actually get a little bit of damage onto E or to prevent this push from Hydro on top table.
Bit of a stalemate here. HPJC, the ones in control, and this would be tied up. And honestly, after the way the first 3 to 4 rounds went, Black Hawk Down looked ultimately in control, but right now, nothing really going their way. Dragons are looking to find a route back into this round, but that win condition is being shoved right up there since now E has been decapped. A long round awaits. Dragons going for it, just trying to scout out where. Ooh, a couple of members of HPJC are. Is that going to be enough coming in there from the Black Hawk Down squad? Dragons very, very weak. Dropped once and twice. Can they finally clean up the kill? He's so weak, but the shot's surely going to come in. Not quite. He survives, but ultimately HPJC don't lose anything.
They're doing everything right on paper to pinball between the two walls on the hill, but no, HP not allowing them to get that. But what they will allow is the drop shot from Cougars straight from down below, getting the headshot on Hydrone. One more thrown in, not going to connect the way he wants it. Can the Incend connect? No, it cannot. Phelpsy stays alive. Cougars really wants his kill. Crimson's, though, with that ball talk is essentially a snipe. He's incredible with that weapon. Shotgun out, wrap shots another player in front of him. No messing around for this player. He will have to move soon with the score so close and 20 seconds left if no hill is broken.
Yeah, not even that now. Cougars going to find the kill on the Phelpsy, already been downed a few times. It's becoming a little bit more difficult. Cougars finding that kill is going to make it even more difficult. Oh my goodness, it's a flurry of blue in the bottom left corner, and Black Hawk Down find themselves one round away from going 1-0 up here in the grand final.
I tell you what, Chris, those first 2 rounds from Black Hawk Down are really showing their importance now. It would have been 2-2, right, if those just didn't occur at all, but they did, and they were incredibly impressive from them, and it's leaving them on map point now with a 3-round cushion, which HPJC somehow need to come back from.
Somehow they do. It's gonna be tough, but 1 round away for Black Hawk Down now. Do you expect them to get this one done here, Toby?
I think so, honestly. It's a huge map. It's not a weak map for either of these teams, it's safe to say. It's 5-4 last week. 5-2 win could be huge for them here on map number 1. Cougars picking up the drop. Great connection. Can't drop it faster than that on your enemy. And now the rotate over to Hydron. It's clinical. It's spot on. No one is taken down in the process. They keep their numbers. Crimson's is left in the dust in the middle, looking only to try and prevent a triple cap.
Drop on its way, isn't that? Yep, there it is. Cougars finds it from the other side there as well. Marsh is going to find the kill. The domination ticking. HPJC, they do have the legs to get there. Cougars reloading. I think he maybe messed that one up, actually. Hydron going to come in. Finds 2, so HPJC do survive. And the important thing for them here is, even though it's been a terrible start to the round for them, the deficit is only about 40 or 50. So very much life in this round, thanks to Hydron finding those couple of kills.
That's the spark you need to take down this Black Hawk Down squad. Most certainly so. Oh, a flank from somewhere. Jackback's taking down Dragons. Will find the second, a little bit of help from his teammates there. It's still early days. I've held on for now, but look at this from Cougars, lurking on this hill. There he is. They know exactly where he is. Hydron. Sure, he's got the call out that is getting a pinch from middle, courtesy of his teammate. Holding back. Cougar's really fighting him off well, though.
Just wasting time here, Cougars. Doing a really good job. He's actually going to lock it in as well. I mean, he'll do well to get anything else out of this one as HPJC just come hunting. But he's drawn 2 members of the HPJ squad away from everybody else. But it doesn't really matter when Jack's firing like this. Strikers, then Marsh follows. Domination ticking on in. Dragons not in the spot to prevent E. That's a domination. That's 4-3. That very much could have been over, done and dusted. HPJC come fighting back in this round.
Since round 3, it's been back and forth, trading rounds. That was nice from HPJC, honestly. Yeah, I thought it was all over for a moment there when Black Hawk Down played that initial so well. But now, HP, every camera you switch to, they're winning a shotgun battle comfortably. Doing really well with it. Both incense block now. They won't be used in any team fight. Black Hawk Down have been able to pick up a drop shot very early on now. A few times. And it's been quite shaky for HPJC in that regard. Don't want to be having to chase down a drop shot and risking that. It's time they're in first, though.
Trying a bit to push through. Oh, Cougars gets caught on the right-hand side. Should be a drop shot. Phelpsy, is he going to line it up towards the middle? Doesn't feel necessary. Dragons will find the kill on the Hydron, so an overextension may come through over towards D if Jack can't find anything he wants. Phelpsy, ready and waiting. We'll find Dragons. He lined up Marsh as well. Would rather maybe not use it. He's got him pinned in. Phelpsy feeling confident to go up against his former teammate here. That's help though as well. Marsh should go down and does so. Domination tick for a second. All that. HPJC have had map control. They've had hold of this drop shot. Haven't got a great deal for it yet, but still a shot in the chamber here for Phelpsy.
Yeah, question is whether you can use that well now. And if you're going for a typical across the foundation, E-hill drop shot, now you really need an active to hit it on the wall and make sure you get the kill. And he's looking for it right now. He's got the active on the go, looking for Strikers. Strikers baits it so well, though. He's well away from that. That could have easily been the push on right hand for one of the players down bottom. And there it is, actually. Just as I say it, Jack Flex will find that. Crimson's lurking. Dragons will get shot down in the back, though. Double down. Marshall saved the day, though. He's still very much there. And he'll pick up that kill.
Managed to survive this as well. ENF in their control, win condition. Will change hands here. This Hydron is going to get a hold of F. There you go now. Small win condition. Jack making this push over towards D. They want to actually punish where they can. There's a fight going on over towards F. That's going to go Black Hawk Down's way. So if HPJC can't clutch up here, then it's going to be curtains. But they are going to find these fights. They have the numbers. It's a 4v2. And they get it done. Let's fight over towards E, though. Nobody here to fight. Cougars will get a hold of this. And probably get the hell out of dodge. Well, the decap will be enough.
It's getting pinched, though.
Yep.
Beautiful from Crimson's.
Very important shot to find.
Look at this. Honestly, HPJC have had some really good shotgun fights in the last 2 rounds. Really comfortably finding their enemies, but not that time. Strikers will find one. Marsh again getting the all-important kill elsewhere.
Drop's not going to come through to any sort of fruition. Black Hawk Down. Commanding spot now. They've got pressure over towards E as well. Cougars just trying to bide his time, gets a good spread into Crimson's, and the rest of the team are there to help out as well. E surely going to be locked in, as is D for HPJC. It's not going to be enough. 10 seconds to go. They're nowhere near E. They're not really anywhere near F either. That is going to be map number 1. Going over to Black Hawk Down. First blood to them, 5-3.
Brilliant job. Look at that. Back and forth from round number 2. What a fantastic first map we've been treated to in this grand final. Dragons with the MVP. That's certainly a sight we've seen before. Cougars finishing off with 24 kills. No surprise that with all the drop shots and awesome incens that he had in that map.
Yep, big performance out of Black Hawk Down. Overall, the better team on that map, it has to be said. just controlled it really well. HPJC did a really good job in the rounds that they did win there, but honestly, it just feels that Black Hawk Down had a little bit more polish about them on that one. They just maybe manipulated the map in the best way possible there, but really, really well played. Looking forward towards the next map. I'm not 100% sure what it is, but we will very much find out quickly if we can. But Black Hawk Down, clinical performance. Last week it was 5-4, 5-3 this time around, so one better if you like, but maybe reading into it. It's such there, but good performance from them. Anything in particular to read into, do you think, Toby?
I think, yeah, it was a one-round differential, but honestly, every round was so hard fought for. I think if Black Hawk Down just had one last really good first round or second round there on the map, it could have been a little bit different, right? If HPJC were playing as they were from round number 3 onwards, it would have been a lot closer and perhaps maybe even won in the end. But no, it was all because Black Hawk Down just started off really flying off to the races and doing really, really well from the get-go. That they really separated themselves today against HPJC on Foundation. So, I'm wondering, can HPJC turn that around? They've clearly warmed up, right? Yep. Don't let that happen on map number 2. Don't give any rounds away at this point in time, because it will cost you and it will put you in a very difficult situation later on down the line. And that's an argument actually they've had for a long time, is that we've had first to 7 on Gears 4 and for some period in Gears 5, and it just seems like at some point when you have that many rounds, you kind of forget about the earlier rounds. They don't mean as much. They're not as significant as a percentage. But when you get first to 5 and you have a close game like this with a rivalry, every single round matters. And I think that was just the greatest promotion, if you will, of why first to 5 is perhaps a little bit better than first to 7.
It's 100% better. It's 100% better. I feel as if, with 7 things got maybe a touch, like, I don't want to say boring, but it just seemed to go on like that step further than it needed to. Didn't it? 5 is definitely a little bit more clean, a little bit easier for the viewers at home to watch. And well, speaking of viewers at home being excited to watch, Toby, we've got Exhibit coming up, your favorite, mate. I know Matt's excited to observe it as well. But here we go into map number 2 in a second. But yeah, Exhibit. We haven't seen this one at all. I think it's the first time we've seen it. And I'm trying to remember, this was really Rated R's playground.
It was, but it was a little bit back and forth though. Yeah, they got the edge. Did Rated R over Elevate, but it was, they had their own, great times on Exhibit. But no, me and Fru are actually on the same team in this one. We're not fans of this map. We're not. Well, I'll be honest. With the 3-lane choke points and whatnot. But no, I think teams do like this map because they were once good at it. I think, honestly, that's my theory. The reason why it got in is because it has a lot of fans, evidently. A lot of teams that believe it's one of their strongest maps and they just want to play it. And so here we are. We're in Europe playing it now. And yeah, a solid map number 2. We've got Foundation, flashback from the past of Gears 4, and now we're into Exhibit, which of course we've seen so much between these two teams. We've seen a number of 5-0s against the former Elevate squad as well on this map from this very team. And so hoping we don't see that again, and I'm hoping both teams have been scrimming this map loads in 4v4 because it could be a little bit different.
I can hear the pain in your voice. You can say that you hate it, it's fine.
I really dislike this map. Yes, I can confirm, Chris. I've even tweeted about this a lot myself, and no, mate, I go psycho when someone votes Exhibit against me in a ranked stack King of the Hill match. To be honest, on this map, I'll be honest, but no, we've had some fun games. We've had some fun casts. I'd rather be casting it than playing it. I'm not on the fence.
Just say what you really think, Toby. It's fine,
mate. I love my rambles. Should we go into crossplay next?
No.
No, because that's already been done. We're already sorted on that.
No, we don't need to go any further. But we are ready to now get into map number 2 here. I'm curious to see which way this one goes. It's really going to be a bit of a swing, I think. I'm curious to see what map number 3 would be as well. But it's a hard one to decide this, because I think, when I said that Rated R, in years gone by, being stronger on this map specifically, it has to be said that I remember the one moment, I think it was the first major we did from home, where it really was actually, it was Elevate who came out on top on this map, and in dominant fashion in the grand finals, I remember rightly. I think it was 5-0, 5-1, something of the sorts. But we are nearly ready to get into Exhibit. The first time that we're going to see it in the Open Series on broadcast, at least anyway. So excited to see if it has maybe potentially developed for these teams. Have they chosen a different route to it, or is it just same old Exhibit where it's hard to tell if anyone's up top bridge or down low? I mean, I don't know if that's been updated potentially. I would hope it has been, but and not hold on to too much hope. So we are going to be heading into this map, and no, Matt is letting me know that it probably hasn't been sorted out. But that's not my problem to necessarily worry about. That's more so for production side of things. But
that's Saki's job to overextend over the bridge, or
Yes.
somebody else to save the day on the triple caps. Yeah.
Yep, but we should be getting into it very, very shortly. Here we go into Exhibit. I wouldn't even say it's necessarily like Marmite. I don't mind it that much. I don't mind it that much. I do like Marmite, though. I don't know if you want to start that conversation.
I've never tried it.
You never tried Marmite?
No.
Disappointing.
Have you ever tried pesto?
Yes.
Very nice.
It is, mate. Yeah, I agree.
I do like putting that in sandwiches. It's usually with pasta dishes that you
Yeah,
use
well,
the
that's
pesto,
it. Yeah, pesto is like a... Right, we'll maybe have this conversation another time. Pesto is it's a pasta sauce.
Yeah. But you can have it in sandwiches, my friend.
Oh,
Easy. Straight out of the fridge.
I'm not going to argue against it to say that it probably isn't alright, but it's still peculiar, though, isn't it? I wouldn't put Marmite in
not
pasta.
at all.
I mean, even Matt's questioning it. Matt knows about food. Anyway, besides the point, this one started off an absolute ruckus by the looks of things in the bottom of the map. I mean, please do let me know what you think of the Marmite or pesto conversation. At this moment in time, though, Black Hawk down, really getting things going here over towards A. They are going to be cleaned up, though. Hydro will come in there with a kill and stop the rot, if you like. But Black Hawk down with the initial better start.
Yeah, that was typical Black Hawk down for me, just flying into the enemy spawn straight through the tunnels of Exhibit. And HPJC did a great job of containing them in the end, just as the triple cap klaxon started. Here we go, talking about the overextension over the top bridge. It's Phelpsy this time who does that. Oh, trying the sneaky turnaround, not going to have it. Lands it down immediately. The hill should be captured and locked in for HPJC. 3v2 now as it stands numbers-wise.
On myself back into this round. Jack and Co. Can you just cover the bases if you like? Black Hawk down are the ones that have to make the move in. So often, how often we talked about how hard it is to get a hold of the beat. Gotta find an angle. Oh, well, we can't find an angle. If one of your players is dead, Dragons is the first to go, but it's the extension over the top from Black Hawk down. We just put the shots in towards Phelpsy to maybe I'm actually able to get a hold of something here over towards A. They've done this so well. And Cougars has to be careful of players spawning around from the behind. Shot's going to be going in. And there's a fight going on over towards C as well. Crimson's is going to drop, so Black Hawk down fighting on either side of the museum here. As Hydron eventually gets rid of Cougar. Swarm domination ticking. Strikers should be dealt with and will be. But in all of this time, whilst the distraction has went on at C, Black Hawk down have locked in B at the optimal moment. 8 seconds to win it. Hydron, it's a fight he shouldn't have won. Is he going to be able to get there in time? Not quite. Dragons defend from Jack on the other side. Not quite, but it doesn't matter. Not enough time for HPJC to get back. A phenomenal round out of Black Hawk down there. I like that from them.
Yeah, I mean, the points just ended up stacking up on top of each other, right? Strikers with 5 kills there. HPJC had a number of kills, but Black Hawk down, really, it was all about the points that they won on the team fights that they did, right? From the get-go, they locked in the double cap, the double cap going into the triple. In the end, players were just lurking, delaying time, as you said, and it all added up into a BHD comfortable point win there. The Boltox going down as expected. I think more of a scrap we'll see down bottom again. The flashbangs are so important in this team, Chris, given the shotgun strength and the reduced ability to use these walls to push on forward. It's so hard to just consistently maintain momentum as you tap the A button since the new tuning. It was one of the specific changes TC Jim Bob tried to do. Slow down that speed, and that's just a direct nerf to the offensive ability on Exhibit through these choke points, and I'm all for it personally.
Bit of a stalemate. Nobody touched B as of yet. Hydro flash is out now, and Striker's going to have to back on down. I believe he has his flash also. We'll fighting back for that position. Jack, I don't think he even got tagged up by that, so Striker has to back down. Looking like B, it might be falling over towards HPJC here as the push comes through. Jack's going to find one up before being dropped by Strikers. Can he get rid of him? No, he can't, but he can put Phelpsy down. They're now in a really rough spot. The damage is coming in. What can Marsh do with that damage, though? Let's find out not a lot as he goes down as well. Phelpsy, good shots from him. Strikers having to back on down. HPJC brute force their way to B.
Yeah, Strikers has been focused for this entire round, it seems like. Eventually return to the safety of up top as he waits for his teammates to spawn back up. Yeah, a lot better from HP now. Not letting anything slide, sitting all the way back in the corridors to make sure Black Down do not get through. Speaking of that, exactly, Marsh always seems to be the person who can do that. Banana Phelpsy, full red, stuck in the corner, angled from his right as well. E-Hill will maintain control. Black Hawk down, fighting over the C-Hill, it seems.
HPJC looking good for this round, but Blackhawk down turned around very, very quickly, although Dragon's now down. They're looking to clean up as well. Can't quite do it. Phelpsy will back down though. Smart from him. Not necessary to overextend the push for the kills. You're in a commander position in this round, and look at this Lancer Fire coming in. It's trademark Elevate, really, isn't it? All the kills start to follow as well. Cougars is able to get one back onto Jack, but that's actually over to the other side of the map, so he's done really, really well for this overextension. We'll stop any potential domination ticking on through here. Wait for the re-extend coming in from HPJC. Cougars will drop eventually. It's allowed now Blackhawk down to get a hold of their home hill, but ultimately just delayed the potential inevitable here. The shots. Oh, choosing not to pull the trigger. Dragons. Even a weak pushing forward. Is he going to find two here as well? Phelpsy did get him weak enough, not quite. The shots just about falling off. Not going to be enough time here for Blackhawk down though. They need to win the fight in the middle. They have done. They need to win the fight over towards C within the next 5 seconds. They've done that as well. Oh!
Look at that. It's like an 8 to the ring.
Very, very close.
I thought that was decap personally, but no. The heads up display just disappears and the round comes through. Close one. We have seen that before from Blackhawk down, stealing rounds away on this map with a nice final push. I bet they are absolutely gutted that didn't come through for them.
Tough one. That was merely a second away from...
Oh, well, less than that, my friend.
Yeah. It's a tough one. But Blackhawk down, I think, you know, the positivity of that one will sort of be to the fact that they fought back from what was a pretty dominant HPJC round. Jack now. Gonna be back down here. That's been this constant flash out, trying to find an advantage on the bottom side of the map. The advantage currently belongs to HPJC. Phelpsy's not going to find just one. The second on the Dragons as well. Now he's going to flank around. Strikers in a rough spot. Jack probably just has to survive here. Strikers is not going to be able to clean that up though. Z is now dropped. Phelpsy's had a hell of a start of the round. Strikers is eventually cleaned up. HPJC in control of round number 3.
Good to see Phelpsy on the classic Marcus of old. He's always been a big fan of this character. Nice to see him back in the game. And also for HPJC to be able to navigate and exhibit pretty well here. You can see just playing safe, keeping the distance, not getting into any scrappy fights if at all possible. But when that happens, players can look on through, and Dragon's done exactly that. He breaks the hill, joins his team on this corridor. Phelpsy stuck in the middle to cap his hill. There's Marsh. That's another misroll. I've seen so many of them in this grand final, I have to say it. Over and over, it's costed a number of these players.
Tell them.
It's unfortunate, honestly, because oftentimes it feels like the game at times. And sometimes the players try to go really fast and it just doesn't work out for them as well. Mixed bag. Look at this. HPJC with a score lead. No one has a cap for Black Hawk Down. That's changing quickly. Question is, can HPJC, though, keep hold of the B hill and map control with only 2 players left alive?
That's the thing for HPJC when they push up to that point. Even if they lose the gunfight, they're so far away from any points here, Black Hawk Down. They now decapped the home hill of HPJC. Oh well, not I said they, Marsh has, on his own. The fight now following up. Nothing going to be able to be done by Cougars. It's another round for HPJC, surely.
Yeah, I think they've done the hard work now. Safe to say. I just love their approach, honestly. The more passive approach against Black Hawk Down is exactly what you need. It's working really well. And they're making sure they're not picked off too easily in the process. Jackfax is always getting lit up down that one corridor, but time and time again, he jumps out early. No one's able to get up close and personal and close that gap. Not even the likes of Strikers or Dragons. They just need to keep this up and keep the pressure on BHD.
Let's see what's going to affect the rest of the rounds here. Incense coming in, and imagine it will be mirrored.
You don't say. Yeah, I think it's always going to happen on exhibit, regardless of the usual matter of just imitating your opponent, right? Yes, incens are important, but my goodness, they're crucially important on this. But you also don't have many other options for weapon placements. So strategically, you just need to master these corridors.
Flash is going to go out. I'm kind of with you a little bit. This is in a touch stale.
I think that's how HP want to play it, though, honestly. They can't get anything secure using utility, right? Either of a flashbang play or an incen like we see in Jackfex's hands. They'd rather just play the slow game because they feel as though they can do better at it. And historically, they have. To be honest, they really, really have. HPJC, just look to Bunker as an example of that.
There he goes.
Send thrown.
You sound like you're losing the lift. Nope.
Just so you say that, Jackfex just bursts into flames out of nowhere.
I wish I would burst into flames right now. Oh, well, here we go, though. Black Hawk down. Hold the C. Andrew on. Last bastion, if you like. Or HPJC down low. They're going to go down. Black Hawk down. Now a beat. HPJC are able to get their home hill back, though. Dragons down. Having to back down, though. Black Hawk down. Still in control of the round.
Marsh has been down though. Elsewhere, Foxy's breaking a hill. Dragon's wrap-shotting that instantly off the rip. Something you could do because you're going to get angled out eventually without that. This is gorgeous though from him. He's just using every wall to his advantage. Able to close the gap on Jackfex and save his teammate while avoiding a Lancer during that entire process. He's in this hill. Will everyone else stay alive? Oh my god. Dragon's down in from there. My goodness me. I think my shotgun would connect there that far. Very well played. And Hydrant and Phelpsy are looking for revenge. Phelpsy jumps wide, doesn't connect. Then shoots back and finds that kill. A nice little score lead built up a Black Hawk down, but B-Hill going the way of HPJC.
The fights are, which way is the win condition going to go? It's still going to belong to Black Hawk down. They tie things up here. Not if Phelpsy keeps moving like this. Marsh is going to be dealt with. Can he get a hold of Dragons as well? Not quite, but Hydron will come through and find that one. Is anybody overextended? Yes, they have. That's Cougars all the way over towards C. Saying that, these decaps come through. Team win condition. They're going to stay. No, it's so close. It's so close. You need to hold it on. A is now being capped as well. That's been decapped, and that's going to make things that little bit harder. Cougar's still fighting over towards C as well. That's going to be a big fight as it goes down. Fight has to be brought over towards the hill. Phelpsy get a drop. This is going to be a Black Hawk down round.
Cougar's held on the A hill as well. Fair play to him.
He's done so well. 2-2.
Saved it. Saved that round, did Cougars. My goodness me. Didn't even expect him to still be alive. Never mind capping the hill and holding on to it that long. With all that going on. Fair play to him. And they thoroughly deserve that round. Dragons, of course, performing in the middle earlier on, which I alluded to. We're tied up at half-time. No team really standing out from the get-go, unlike Foundations, who are a little bit more neutral, shall we say, at half-time. And the placements, of course, will be pretty much the same for both teams. Question is, will we see more of the same here on the initial? HP playing slow, no team really capping off the rip. A focus on utility to try and gain value rather than just shotguns. Nothing connecting just yet.
I say yeah. Hey,
Everyone holding the line.
everyone holding their breath.
This is the difficult part. When it comes to 4v4 and when you get the slower movement, choke points become even more difficult to navigate. But this is no problem evidently for Black Hawk down, overextending. Cougars pushed on to the D hill. Hydron will shut that down before it gets a little bit out of hand. Yep, the day is saved.
And that's been working well for Black Hawk Down, hasn't it? We haven't necessarily seen too much of the same from HPJC. Well, we're going to see it now, but Phelpsy maybe not timed it quite right as now Cougars back up off the respawn. Has he got a hand here, though, potentially? Oh, Hydron doesn't have a head anymore. Fantastic shots once again coming in by Dragons. He survived this, though, as Jack's now going to push around and find a kill, as did Crimson's on Strikers. I do believe that home hill fight is still ongoing as well. So HPJC trying to push their momentum here. Jack could do with finding this kill, and Marsh just holds his angles really well. The distance control from him was good. Black Hawk Down, keep a hold of F, and now trying to push to make sure they keep a hold of E as well. Phelpsy in a bad spot, not anymore, as Jack comes on through. The down comes through, really well coordinated. Awesome. Very, very well played by HPJC. Their prize is E, looking to set their sights though on F. Marsh defending momentarily all alone. Everybody respawning up in a second. Jack's going to get rid of Marsh. Are they going to be there in time though? Here comes the push from Black Hawk Down out of spawn. Phelpsy dead, Jack dead. Phenomenal play out of Black Hawk Down. They come out screaming from the respawn. Hydron drops as well. Maybe an overextension has come in here from HPJC. Have they lingered too long? Vincent coming through. I'm not too sure what side of things that came from, but Crimson's going to have to back on down. E should be in the hands of Black Hawk Down. And as with it, the win condition as well.
Racking time as well for HPJC with 20 seconds on the clock to break a hill. That's their entry point. Cougars a little bit weak. Incend to his left. Look at that from Cougars, though. Bouncing back. A little bit of help from his left. Strikers is being taken down. Crimson's in a world of hurt. He'll get taken down also. And Dragons even with the overextension for good measure. Black Hawk Down will take this round. Once again, a hard-fought battle between both teams.
3-2 to Black Hawk Down. Can they get it done with the next two rounds? That's the question. HPJC very much playing that slow game, but what's been working for Black Hawk Down is the overextension across the bridge. It's been Cougars time and time again. Can HPJC stop that from happening, or will they continue to fall away to that sort of tactic from Black Hawk Down? Now in the lead 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, BHD have taken their opportunities to break down the walls of HP. They really have. Getting them to triple caps. Triple cap opportunities, very close ones of that. So arguably, they're getting the better of HP in this game. Hello?
Oh dear.
Cougars being sliced up by a laser up top, it sounds like.
Can't necessarily run across the bridge if you're in 3 different pieces. Strikers now in a tough spot, while pushed by HPJC. Light's been one in their direction. Dragons did get rid of Crimson's in the meanwhile. This is Dragons over the top. Knows where Hydron is. Will extend over towards it. I mean, he's gone for the fight. Which, I mean, that's Dragons. so why wouldn't he? Marsh putting on pressure from up top. Yep.
Enemy contact.
Oh, he should be dead here, Marsh. Alright. He's dead now, but he shouldn't even found the first kill. Crimson's gets the kill, backs on down, and does help his teammates down low. Cougars trying to get the decap at least here, but a couple of members in and around from HPJC. Jack's going to be brought down though. Fantastic work by Strikers. He goes down to Crimson's, but nonetheless, Cougars locks in E. He should surely be dead. Oh, it's a free shot to Phelps. He can't make the most of it. Phelps will punish him. Black Hawk down though. Got what they came for, which is a momentary disable of that E point. Now HPJC get it back. DNF still in the hands of the spawn points on either side. Black Hawk down, get a hold of E once more.
A close scoreline it is now for this round. Back and forth we go. Jackfax opening things up. Cougars with the overextension once more. Black Hawk down have been a lot better at managing this up top area, it seems like. This overextension really pulling HPJC apart here from behind. Opsy, not enough health to even get through now. 2 hills capped. E-hill. Where's that going? That's still going the way of Cog. Jackfax winning 2 1Bs there in quick succession. Keeping his team very much in this fight. He has incens. He's checking the corners. Strikers with incens also.
Black Hawk down. Still technically in control here, although F now going back over towards the side of HPJC, as does E. In condition. Hog team. Black Hawk down. It's not going to be far off for them. They need at least a decap here. Needs to be sharpish. This is a big overextend, isn't it? This is a big one over the top. Oh, Phelps is ready and waiting, as are the rest of HPJC. Jack is going to light up Dragons and Marsh. Marsh goes down. Dragons surely follows shortly. He does. Kills comes through. HPJC surely tying this up with 3 apiece. Looks that way. Just mind you.
Thankfully, we have the game telling us these days what the score is on.
Yeah, don't even try and tell me.
Yeah, Gears 4. Yeah, Gears 4 1.5 score for the 2 hills, as I mentioned earlier. My goodness me. Calculators have to be broken out for gases at that point in time, but
yeah.
No, there you go. 3-3. It is so close between these 2 teams. The rivalry is as strong as ever. And it's great to see. It really is.
Oh, it's fun.
I think something that I've never really seen discussed, actually, I've not seen this this split, is wondering how good Black Hawk Down would be if they had their original team, if they had Pains, who's been playing amazingly as of recent. Some describe him as the best player in Europe. Because, of course, one of these teams is their original team. Right? Before a 4v4 full team, but Black Hawk Down are -1, technically speaking. Yes, Cougars is incredible. If we're talking history, the original Rated R team were the best in Europe for the last season in the Pro League.
Yep, definitely the top team.
Something to ponder for sure.
Here we go. Dragons being back down. This round hasn't really kicked off the best way possible for Black Hawk Down yet. Strikers now. Gonna try and make a push here. Black Hawk Down. Trying to get out of their spawn right now. Nobody able to capture hold of E right this second. It's just war of attrition in the middle. Strikers gets the push on. Is he going to be able to find the shots on the Hydra? Not quite. Who's this following up? It's going to be Dragons, but ultimately HPJC get a hold of E.
They've broken down systematically from behind that. We'll start off with Jackfax getting angles and pinches, but Black Hawk Down individually, they just somehow fight their way back in. Dragons picking up 2 kills now from the back, keeping them very much in it. So So close between these teams. Phelpsy stuck on left hand. He's got Crimsons to help him out a little bit. Good shots.
Didn't really result in a great deal though for Phelpsy, did it?
No, I mean, at that point you question, can you just hold your shot instead and rather than go for the brick? But Crimson's fighting. Lovely movement across the wall. Hydron there to save the day. Hill broken. And now an overextension actually. Hydron is flying forward along with his teammate. Jack fixes that. They're going to start the break. Yes, they are. Oh, hello. Out of nowhere. One player just runs into his face. He just tells you what, I'll just pick up the incense or shot grenade and be on my way. That's all I need. The rest of his team can carry on, it seems like. Crimson's picking up strikers. Marsh lurking. You think? Stuck in the corner? Yeah, he is.
It's just not going the way of Black Hawk down towards the end of this round. Lucas, oh, he can't find the kill. HPJC are going to be on map point here. 4-3. Are we destined, though, for round number 9?
Or we're going to have another 5-3 flip-flop between the two teams. All right. Weapon placement, anyone on the center line? Anybody? Nope.
Disappointing.
Sables. I think this is the obvious play anyway from these two teams. Yeah. See if things can change without the incense. And I think it's not been a great use, I'll be honest, the incense for either team, it seems like. Never really stood out a big kill.
Yeah.
Everyone's been really just eyes peeled to make sure they don't get on fire.
Dragon's getting aggressive this time around. There's no waiting around. Oh, well, there you go. No waiting around anymore. Apart from in the respawn queue for Dragons. F&E now in the hands of HPJC.
Yeah, I can see the outline there, just a little bit of a stalemate up top. Neither player want to push on in. Previously it was Black Hawk down that choose to be aggressive up top, it seems, for the triple. Hydron is repositioned from the risky middle area on E-Hill. Back, actually, to rotate with Crimsons as they switch positions here. Probably thanks to the shot grenade. Has he caught Marsh? No. Hasn't. He just about gets out. Almost getting down in the process. Now the decap comes in. Pressure on HPJC to do something about this now. Shark will block them off. No one's on the middle wall to do anything about it. Hydron, though, picking up a kill. Pretty sure that was up top, so that provides access to the home hill. Strikers down. Jack Fex pushing in. Phelpsy as well. Saving the day. 1v1. Big fight between Phelpsy and Strikers now to get into this E-hill. Strikers pushes forward. He gets angled from the side. Cog domination blinks for a moment. Hydron will win a 1v once more against Dragons, and that will be the triple cap. He's done so much for his team in that round, and the reward is the final round in the coffin for this map. 5-3, 5-3. We're going to a map number 3.
We wouldn't have it any other way. Apart from maybe on a different map number 2, but nonetheless, HPJC get it done. 5-3 now, and will send us to a map number 3. Big game out of them. I feel as if Black Hawk Down's rounds came from some good team play from them, but in terms of the slaying ability, HPJC just a lot more patient down low, finding the kills where they needed to, and just a really good game out of them on exhibit. Played it slow, were patient with it, and just took their time, expecting the aggression to come from Black Hawk Down, and they were ready and waiting with their lancers the majority of the time. So good play from HPJC to send us to a map number 3. Any theories then? I mean, I would like to know what map it is first to sort of delve into it a little bit more. But I don't know. Do you feel like the momentum's with HPJC now, or do you think Black Hawk Down are just about like, it's okay. Let's just go into map number 3 and we can deal with it whenever we get there.
Mixture really. To be honest, I thought Black Hawk Down had such a good first map that they wouldn't have too much issues going into Exhibit, but Exhibit evidently it wasn't their map at the end of the day. You know, historically, as we've said online, in Pro League matches specifically, it's been their map, but not today. HPJC have done a really good job there on Exhibit of containing every player. I think maybe, you know, the tuning can help with that, and I discussed how that helps with the choke points and whatnot and the pushes. HPJC seemed to have a really good time actually on Exhibit there of being able to slow it down and have a little bit more stalematey action. But yeah, third map, it could go either way for me.
Yeah, it's going to be District. So it's a map that has been very, very close between these two teams recently as well. I think it's a 5-4 and a 5-4 either way for both these two. Black Hawk Down got the first one, I believe, on... I think it was the first time that these two played, actually, in the Open Series, if I remember correctly. Then last week,
you're right.
I do believe it was actually a HPJC win in a very, very close round, number 9. And I think it actually came down to a potential misplay from Dragons that brought our way there. So, interested to see how this one goes in that respect. We'll be getting there in just a second as well. I think it's hard to say. I'm going to stick with my original prediction of HPJC. I'm going to stick to it. I'm a big fan of all the boys on Black Hawk Down. I ain't picking favorites, but I just think it would be nice to actually get a win on their side as well, to then just let the storyline continue to grow as things do go on, and that's what I'm here for. I'm here for storylines. I'm a caster. This is what I do. I'll push them even if you don't think they're relevant. I'll do it anyway. That's kind of what we're doing. But thankfully, we're over onto District at least anyway. Yeah, that Exhibit game, it was, I think it was just the way that HPJC wanted to play it. They wanted to slow things down. I think if you get fast and furious with this Black Hawk Down side, it's hard to keep up with them. And, for HPJC, what they just did against Maradona as well, they just slow those games down. They slow those games down against those teams who just want to be correct. They just want to get in your face. They slow the game down. Exhibit is the perfect place to do that as well, and they did so well, just keeping things held back, and ultimately find themselves into map number 3 here. District coming up, Toby. Not too sure what your thoughts are on this map coming up.
Thoughts of this map? I love it. I love it between these two teams. I think it's great to get back to that classic District map between the two. I always said it. In fact, during the last online major, that Rated R at the time were always voting this map in, but historically, it's actually Elevate that were the better team on this map, statistically, and they're always coming out on trumps when it matters most. And I think today could be the day that we see that again. But, of course, just to be a nuisance with a prediction, we saw on Exhibit that statistically, historically, we have Rated R or Black Hawk Down, which are better on that map. But no, today HPJC won that one. So I wonder, will it flip-flop again to compare against the past? I wonder on District. Will we see a drop shot go down on Arch instantly? My guess is yes from HPJC. I think they're just going to continue on at this point in time. But honestly, this is different for me, the drop shot placement, because it's one of the better ones for HP. I think they're really good at this placement. They've done it so many times. It makes a lot more sense than the previous ones we've seen on, say, Training Grounds and Harbor.
Yeah, I agree. It seems to work. It's a little bit tighter. It's not a place where you can have those big open fights, if you like. It is a little bit more tighter, so maybe it works out a little bit better for them. Hopefully, we're going to be loading in very, very shortly, though, into this game. And I don't know which way this one goes, if I'm honest with you.
Round 9.
I mean, it's been round 9 the last 2 times, so it's either going to be round 9 or stomping like 5-0, 5-1, I think. I think one way or the other. But curious to get into this one. Hopefully we do soon. Hopefully everybody in the chat this week has enjoyed the games, and things are just getting more and more competitive. But having a look through, Spade saying Dragons overrated. I'm a big disagree with
My
that.
goodness me.
I'm a big disagree. Dragons underrated, if anything.
MVP of the... Oh no, was that Slazen? No MVP, he had the most kills, I should say. So did Dragons, I think, 2 seasons in a row in Europe, right? Most kills. There you go. That's a hell of a statistic on a team that's like Rated R was the most slaying dominant team.
Player. He's a very good player. That's
very good player.
But of course, we should be getting into this one very, very shortly. See if Dragons can inspire his team. He has to be said, he did make a mistake last time that these two played on this map specifically, where I don't know if you remember, obviously you would have been watching and we are getting into the game. We had to hold that drop shot and he went for the overextension to stop E being captured and he just got caught in the middle of nowhere with that drop shot in hand. So an aggressive player, but if you put something like that in his hands and he gets maybe a little bit too aggressive with it, it can be a little bit of a waste. But we are loading into District. It is the final map of the night. It is the final map of week number 5 of the Open Series Split 2. Halfway there. Let's see who's going to come out on top. Is it going to be Blackhawk down for the 4th time, or is it going to be HPJC for the very first time with 5 weeks to go? It'll be a nice time to get a new winner under our belts here. And I wonder if HPJC can get this one done. I said that from the start of the finals. I think it's going to be them. And we head over towards District to decide who takes away week number 5.
Truthfully so, Chris, I would love to see them win. The question is whether they will. I'm still unsure. I think they could be leaning that way, given its District. I think this is a stronger map for HPJC than the number of maps we've seen them on today. Let's see if they start off strong, though, like Blackhawk Down did, perhaps, on Foundation map number 1.
Aggressive start from both two teams who just pushed to the middle of the map, but it is actually going to be HPJC with a little bit more map presence. Of course, Blackhawk Down now on the conk side, HPJC on the Swarm. Now getting moving. It's a big fight over towards A. HPJC fancy their chances here. They do seem to have the numbers. Jack not quite making the push yet, but he will do now with the rest of his team here to help him out, to help with the cover. He just can't quite survive from that angle. Crimson's is there for the revive, and now Blackhawk Down will be able to push this. Should be able to clean this up, but Jack finds 1 and 2. How on earth is he allowed to find that first kill on the Dragons? Cougars can't do much about it. And Jack just continues his reign of terror in around the orange side of the map.
Lovely from Phelpsy. Baiting the shot from Marsh, jumping on that to start bringing in that triple cap. Saved for BHD, though, for now. Look at this. Hard aiming across into that corner. They don't want him leaving that. Crimson's still there. Lit up a little bit. The push continues, it seems like. Phelpsy lurking in hill to start that triple cap off. Break is there. They're still holding true, are both. In fact, all of these players of HPJC in this wall is an absolute cluster for this home hill.
It's going off, isn't it? And the team able to get much of an advantage in this round so far. It is HPJC with the ever so slight lead of about 50 or so points. Blackhawk Down though, getting hold of B. He just find the kill on Jack as well. What can he get going with it? Bit of a topsy-turvy round, yeah.
Nice connections.
There's much control from either side, but you're very, very right. Well played by Hydra. Not quite enough to get a kill. Cougars now. And called out from C side. Phelpsy going to go down. Good play from Blackhawk Down. Looking like a round to them, potentially. Domination could take up. Flashes are going to go out, and Cougars is going to commit himself to this one. He's the rest of his team to be here. The decap comes through. Is that enough for the Blackhawk Down team? Not quite. Domination in. First blood. Blackhawk Down.
Just as you see, HPJC stacking up on the enemy's hill, looking for that triple cap, blinking time and time again. BHD come back firing strong. Cougars with 3 kills there to ensure it comes on through. Well played from them. Looks like we'll be stacking up on Hotel/Arcade, which is probably a good decision because I expect a drop shot on Arch. No, not yet.
Soon come.
Soon come it shall, yes.
I hope it comes, because it's always a good one, isn't it? Let's be honest.
It always is.
It's always interesting.
The cinema fight, if you put a weapon there, I'm not too much of a fan of it. It can be a bit of a cluster. I'm more of a fan of the arch fight. And the cinema fight, left to 1B, which is where it really shines.
Let's see then. Opsy, shots down, just chasing Blackhawk Down away. Cougars, is he going to drop? Yes, he is again. Marsh is there for the revive. Not this time round. Cougars should be very, very weak and should be dealt with. There it is. Now seeing the sights of HPJC, who've got very aggressive through the middle of the map this round.
they have. Striker's a little bit weak, trying to help out his teammate just to the right. Crimson's is there to get one down. Communications are evident from HPJC. 5 seconds on the clock. Marsh has to make it, and he will not. But Cougars will on the B hill, just about getting there in time, and no one on HPJC is there to stop it from happening.
Well, there, as you said. Now HPJC in their hands, and Cougars is the only one that's able to keep Blackhawk down in this round. HPJC, though, the point lead is growing. What's the plan here for Blackhawk down now? Thankfully for them, there's not necessarily too much in the form of power weapons being distributed around at all, so HPJC don't necessarily have multiple tools to deal with this, but Blackhawk down have to do something shortly.
Once again, though, HPJC, they're stacking up on the home hill. 3 players in total. I remember them doing this kind of strat plenty on Foundation second half, back in Gears 4. It looks like they're leaning this way on District first. Look at the kills, it's all lighting up red. They're holding on. And Cougars is somewhere to be seen. Literally off spawn. Waiting for his teammate as long as he can, perhaps, to and make the play. Domination denied on the C hill.
Denied,
matter.
but that will go down. It will not matter in the grand scheme of things for the round, though. 2 minutes, 22 seconds is all it took HPJC to get this one back. A dominant round from them as well.
Drop shot time.
Third round, yeah, surely it's drop shot time.
I feel like we're being memed. After all this time, we've been criticizing them for actually putting the drop shot down early, and now they're not doing it. You're being messed with.
Very typical, wouldn't it?
But if I put my caster hat back on, it's kind of okay, because they're doing pretty well on the triple potential on the homes. Yeah, there's a nice counter-attack from Blackhawk down in the first round, but HP were doing really good in that round too. In the enemy's home.
Elsie is dead very, very quickly in the middle of the map. And played for the boys on the Blackhawk downside, and that is B in their hands very, very quickly. Going to start coming in here, though. Can we get anything from this? Absolutely not. Hydrone. How is he finding those 2 kills so simply as well? Now the push from HPJC is going to come through. Marsh dead. He is now in the hands of HPJC, or should be at least anyway. Coke down, back off the respawn. Need to do something here.
What they do. It's methodical so far for this team. Crimson said retro over at B2. And now PhD have to formulate some kind of push to get out of this. It'd be a very difficult thing to do in District.
You can. Flashes out. B though. Smoke is actually what's going to be helping Blackhawk down. Decap and then potentially cap this one. It's a very, very close rounds between these two, isn't it? He found that down. Up 2 great shots on blue side. But ultimately Blackhawk down. Come out with the advantage. I think things will start to speed up when it comes down to the fact that drop shot will probably be coming through. When things are going to become a little bit more of a double-edged sword if you do get a hold or lose control of the midpoint where the drop shot usually does get put down. Dragons are off health there. Blackhawk down though, happy to sit tight.
Yeah, they've seen out most of the round now. Be risky to do anything too crazy through the center. Topsy's tried it, he's got downed in the process. The retros are certainly helping. Good shots from Dragons. Crimsons will get the better of him though on the pillar. 15 seconds to go. B-Hill being capped up.
Got something for you.
Down, yeah. Still in control of B. Big fight going on over there, but ultimately, don't think it's going to matter one little bit now as Black Hawk down. Lock in round number 3.
I think we'll see a speeding up of pace as well with the retros being replaced by incense, or of course the drop shot going down. It's just those moments in district sometimes on the halfway mark when a team sets up, it can be extremely difficult to break a setup, and so you kind of take your time to see if any opportunities present themselves, and then go from there. Now this time, either team just mimicking each other.
Someone put the drop shot down. Come on.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Boltox instead. And we know Crimson's is really good with this weapon. But yeah, I'm surprised. Surprised that the retros haven't been upgraded perhaps to help out with this initial or something, but no, instead, aggression through the middle. It's been back and forth between Cougars and Phelpsy. This time Cougars wins again. And Marsh has got the B cover to start capping up with relative safety. Hydra shuts him down though. No problem there. Cougars turning back around. Big fight. Rounds the fountain.
Ooh.
Cougars, nice shots from him though. Holding on and finding Hydra.
Wants himself to come back up and get a hold of B. Be a big round for Black Hawk down. Who's eventually going to be dropped. Is there really anybody there to help him? Not quite, but Strikers could maybe get rid of the player trying to take him down. Not quite. Jack goes down, as does Cougar. Sorry, Jack finding the kill at the Strikers, I should say. Dragons now all alone and can't see. Flash inbound and still gets the kill on the Jack. Can he find a second as well? Dragons! That's 2 big kills. HPJC all of a sudden seemed like they were in control. Very, very quickly, that's turned around. Marsh trying his best to stay alive. Striker's going to be dropped as well. Is Phelpsy going to do something inside the blue here, potentially? Finds one onto Marsh. Is he going to be able to get Strikers as well? It may not matter because the COG team win condition was there. The domination was ticking. Phelpsy eventually did drop. Dragon's still causing havoc around here, but the damage is already done. Look at that points difference.
So weak as Jack backs. They're fighting so hard as every HP member. 2 seconds now. Phelpsy will reach. Hydron. Oh my god. Shots from Cougars. Absolutely nuking the enemies now. So accurate from him. And that blind fire over cover, Chris, since the tuning update has become extremely accurate. Expect to see players utilize that a little bit more often over time.
This is an astounding lead for Black Hawk down. Hydron's going to break B, but you don't need a mathematician to tell you that. One will probably do it. Good shots from Cougars. He's going to help down Jack, slowing down this push. You can see Black Hawk down aren't necessarily setting up too defensively over towards C. They're quite happy just to pin them down in B and make their move over there if they need to. Just putting down the bullets. Cougars with the down with the angle. Crimson's probably in a spot above around there as well. Mosh now helping his team out with a kill on the Phelpsy. That is the round of Black Hawk down. Surely Cougars. Really big round.
Shots.
Yeah, really big round out of Black Hawk down.
Yeah, that's like the tightest angle I've ever seen from Cougars. That. Here we go. Half time.
Do it.
This is when you usually see the weapon. We want to see. Hello. There we go.
Yep.
Crimson's looking at it. It's coming. It's coming, boys. There we are. Happy days.
Right then.
Now we can all
Hello.
breathe.
Yeah, now that's over and
moment.
done with.
I mean, so far, BHG have had their way. You know, they've been doing a better job of securing the rounds. HP have had close rounds at the start, but seems like the COG team clinch it. Now, this has changed up completely. Hydron's joining Phelpsy in the middle. Phelpsy wins that fight. Hydron takes the majority of the Lancer shots from Marsh in the back. Kills are going. HP's way down bottom as well. Dragons will get taken down. Drop shot should be in the hands of HPJC. Much better from them.
Yeah, much better. Works out in their favor, that pick. Now in a decent enough spot to get something done about it, but only have E to their name. And overextensions come through from Blackhawk down. F's on the cards for them. Jack trying to get the angle on the Marsh. Cougars is there as well, though. That drop shot may not be that influential at this moment in time. Strikers is going to go down from it on the bottom side of the map, and that was a push towards E. Maybe the potential domination ticking through. Wasn't there to be dealt with, but Crimson's now making his move over. With this drop shot, has to back on down as his team are losing gunfights. Has to be careful. They need to make sure they keep a hold of E here. That drop shot is really not being utilized the best way possible, but you've got to give credit to Blackhawk down. But could it be utilized well here? Not quite. Now Cougars is going to push out Crimson's. He's going to put Crimson's down. Really, really well played by Blackhawk down. They know they've lost the fight over towards the bandstand. They give up the drop shot, and they've been concentrating their efforts over towards E here. Look at this from Marsh. My goodness, what a round out of Blackhawk down.
Absolutely spot on there. For Marsh in particular as well, those shots were perfect in the end. He held his ground, he knew his teammate was coming. The comms were on point, evidently, for that side. And just like that, when they lose the initial so overtly, they're able to just pull themselves back and get a round out of it. They've done this a number of times now in District, and it leaves us with this round differential we now see. Can HPJC just consistently win 4 rounds in a row now? My goodness, would it be a task if they can execute on it.
Let's get on.
Really fantastic round out of Blackhawk down, that one's. So solid.
Brilliant job. Brilliant job. 4-1 now. All of a sudden, Blackhawk down on tournament point. Drop shot picked up. Cougar saves the day in the center. Crimson's not able to really help in time. Drop shot not going to connect. Strike is still closing the gap, but Crimson's does hold on, leaving it a 1v1. When the dust settles, everyone falls but these two gladiators in this ring. And only one drop shot left for Crimson's to utilize with Marsh on the overextension.
Obviously, we'll lock in D yet. HPJC, as you said, they need to be absolutely flawless. It's not an easy spot that they're in, but Crimson's now. Top shot still available. Sends it out. Sends Dragons back to the respawn. Cougars now having to back down on bandstand. Flash available, but look at this setup from the Lancers of Blackhawk down. Strikers just putting down the damage from where he can. Cougars trying his best just to survive. If he can even find anything here, that would be massive for Blackhawk down. Crimson's can't help his teammate. Cougars nearly found 2, but 1 was enough. E now going to go over towards HPJC. Hydron in a bad spot. Just got no idea which way this round's going.
The HD are lurking though. They're flying across the map. They are thirsty for blood. Flash from Jack. Full red is Marsh. He's going to get dropped though. Striker's still lurking in the middle. Marsh is going to follow up. And this is their access point into D. They can make the play on Hydro. No, Hydro's back in. Now he wants to fight on this bench. The fight for green continues as well. Striker's full red. Surely he won't be able to get away. No, he will not. The Hydro will find Marsh as well elsewhere. Meanwhile, the last remaining player, Cougars, he's lurking on the enemy's home hill. Look at him. Slow walking.
Oh, he's seen him.
Conceal his audio. What are we playing? Counter-Strike, my goodness me.
The thing is, though, he's prolonged it. Oh, he's kept him off it as well. Drop shot going to go over towards HPJC, though. F going to go back over towards Blackhawk down. Cougars has played this so well.
He has.
Very, very well played. But can be it for HPJC. Yes, okay, they haven't won the round via domination, but they have a lead. They have a drop shot. See, oh, he's going to be then stunned out. It's Blackhawk down, taking in the domination. The drop shot not landing. He's going to have to land this on the Strikers, I tell you that. Domination is now gone. As he's ticked down. It's a good job he landed that shot, Phelpsy. Needed to. Marsh should be dealt with and is. Blackhawk down have taken the lead once again. Right now, HPJC are getting nothing, Toby.
They are. They're not getting anything. Just about capturing E. Thanks to some great composure help from Phelpsy. 10 seconds left on the clock. If we do stay on 2, D will be... No, it won't be broken. Crimson just exits it.
That's it.
Exits a little bit too early. Can he get in? No, he cannot.
That's game. That's got to be game. Blackhawk down. 3 in a row was not enough. They make it 4 with a 5-1 win against HPJC in map number 3. It's a bit of a statement, it has to be said. What a game out of a man like Cougars. Just getting those breaks, getting those caps, being a nuisance consistently. Well, very, very well played out of Blackhawk down. They get it done on District in a dominating fashion after a very close 2 first maps. And that is 4 in a row, Toby. They are easily and above the best team in Europe right now. HPJC are very, very close to them, but they need to find another gear if they want to beat them.
Yeah, I think so. It's a matter of consistency as well. Because so far BHD have just proven they are also the most consistent team in Europe.
Yep.
We've never seen anything like this, really, this level of domination. The last time we saw this was what? Elevate back on Gears 4 under Space Station, or
to be
what
fair,
have you.
though, I mean, they were smoking people every single map, in fairness. I think it's, at least it's a little bit closer on this one.
Yeah, for sure. And the fact of the matter is, BHD continue to win on a streak now on tournaments, right? They're flawless. This is single elimination, remember, folks. Yeah, they might lose maps, but they're not dropping matches. They are consistently winning week in, week out. And now their streak is getting pretty extreme. At this point, if they keep on winning, well, maybe one more, no one else can topple their record, I'm pretty sure, right? Or was it 2 more, perhaps? And that's that. And they'll be they'll have the biggest win streak this season, this split rather. And they've really in that they're excellent players. Cougars is clearly slotted into this team well. I'm very happy for them.
Let's have a look at the bracket to see how things did break down this evening. We can see, obviously, we join in at the quarterfinals, but Blackhawks down. Route to the grand final. Vagabond then. Hoppity pop. Savage Camping were up next with a 2-0 win, but let's keep an eye on how Savage Camping do as time does go on. They do seem to be getting better, but HPJC fall to Blackhawk down again after a win over Maradona in a closely contested semi-final. But what a performance by Blackhawk down. HPJC and themselves seem to be above and beyond at this moment in time. It would be nice to see Maradona and Savage Camping see where they can get maybe 1 week and see how the bracket does fall. Of course, seeding does affect it, but a really, really good tournament once again out of Blackhawk down. That was week number 5. As said, 4 in a row now, and I think you'd be right. I think if they win next week, then nobody can catch them in terms of wins, of course, across the Open Series weeks. But at the same time, we got those finals at some point after these weekly tournaments, and that is really where HPJC will be looking. It's where Blackhawk down will be looking. $2,500 will be on the line there. But once again, thank you to everybody who did come and hang out in the stream. Congratulations to Blackhawk down once again, and Toby, thank you yourself for joining me this evening and the whole EGL crew. But again, thank you to everybody in the chat who did hang around, and it is going to be Blackhawk down 4 times in a row. Can they make it 5? Find out next week, same time, same place. See you then.